for confidentiality in the civil service. But I am addressing permanent secretaries, not clerks. Some of you are more intelligent than me. Some of you are lawyers and PhD holders, and so on. Someone here in our midst is out to sabotage this government and bring disgrace to all of us. Someone amongst us here wants to make me look incompetent so that he or she will take my seat. He walked away from his seat and came to stand in the middle of the room pointing to his desk. That is the seat of the head of service. There it is. Whoever wants it should please go and sit there. There is no need to make me look like an idiot. Just take the seat and allow me retire with my name and reputation intact.
Dr. Bassi sprang to his feet with his hand raised above his head. Point of order, sir. Point of order. The HOS returned to his seat and yielded the floor to Dr. Bassi. Honorable Head of Service, my dear colleagues, we are all aware of where the HOS is driving at, even though he has chosen to take a long and circuitous route to a destination that is right behind his house. We have seen the unfortunate release of the document we all read and returned to the HOS right here in his office. I am not therefore comfortable, and I believe I am speaking for many of you, that the SOS is trying to use innuendos to corral us into an affair that is squarely in his own office. Let the Honorable HOS find out how a document domiciled in his office has been escalated into the media, rather than waste his time looking for scapegoats. Many people clapped as he sat down. As the HOS grunted and began to speak, his secretary opened the door and rushed to him, looking rather bewildered. She whispered something in his ear and departed the way she came. The HOS fell silent for what looked like an age before he spoke. Well, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have just received news that I have been suspended from office with immediate effect. I am told that the news is running on the radio even as I speak. His Excellency the Governor has directed that I hand over to the most senior permanent secretary after me. So, if you may excuse me, I would like to be left alone for the moment, as I have to begin to pack my personal effects now. Chapter 7. No one spoke because no one could speak. No one moved because no one could move. If a pin dropped at that point, it would perhaps have sounded like a bomb. This was totally unexpected, a big blow. Dr. Bassi was the next most senior permanent secretary. Therefore, when everyone finally dragged themselves out, the suspended head of service asked him to stay back to receive his handing over notes. A few hours later, the HOS left the complex alone with his driver. Brother Peter could only watch from his third-floor window, where were all the people who usually made such a fuss around him. He wondered. The man lumbered up to his car all alone and even had to open the car door by himself. Civil servants crowded around the windows of the complex, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the fallen Iroko tree. As usual, they threw up several causes they were sure led to the man's downfall. Some argued that it was his secretary, whom they all suspected had an affair with him, that set him up. Mama Helena was addressing some of her morning devotion congregation, pointing out that everyone needed to get close to God. She opined that the former HOS went to his village too often, and the attack, she was sure, was a spiritual missile from the witches and wizards from his village. As Brother Peter walked downstairs on his way to lunch, he saw a long line of workers queuing up to have their turn to congratulate and shake hands with the acting HOS. He was surprised that Dr. Bassi had already moved into his new role. His staff could be seen trying to clean the place again, as if it had not been cleaned earlier that day. How time flies, he thought. How quickly fortunes changed. Rather than go to his usual canteen downstairs, he decided to drive to the residence of his permanent secretary to bring him up to speed on the developments at the office. When he drove into the compound, he was surprised to see the man playing squash with his usual girlfriend, a nurse who worked at the teaching hospital. He watched them play for a few minutes before they realized he was standing there. Then they broke up the game and, resting a thick, hairy arm on Brother Peter's shoulder, walked him to the seats. There was a half-empty bottle of brandy with 2 glasses. The lady went into the house and brought a glass for Brother Peter, and they all sat down and toasted to good health. Brother Peter was shocked to realize that his permanent secretary was anything but sick. This man was as fit as a fiddle. Why had he stayed away from work, and indeed from those crucial meetings? Sir, have you heard what happened to the head of service? The permanent secretary shook his head, spreading his arms in inquiry. The HOS has been suspended. The governor suspended him as a result of the leak of a memo. The permanent secretary shook his head regretfully and pointed at Brother Peter. That was so unfortunate indeed. It should never have been allowed to happen. You see, the HOS was getting sloppy. The office had gotten into his head, and I believe he forgot that he was just a first among equals. It was bound to happen anyway. What has he to lose? If I were him, I would not fight it. I would just go home with my hefty pension. The lady appeared from the kitchen with a tray laden with gari and a goosey soup. They ate in silence, no one referring to the burning issue of the day again. This lady could make a goosey soup, Brother Peter thought as he ate. She was his boss's latest acquisition. In maybe 6 months, there will be another one. The permanent secretary's wife lived permanently in the nation's capital city and taught at the capital city university. All the children were with her, while he alone lived in the state. After the lunch, Peter rose to return to the office, and his oga walked him to the car. "Don't worry, my dear director," he said, patting him on the shoulder. "There may be more changes, and who knows, it may all turn out for the better for you." Peter was surprised at his oga's complete lack of empathy for the fallen HOS. He was confused still to discover that the man was not sick. He was sure there was something he was missing, some link that could make things clearer than they were at the moment. Could there have been an underlying animosity between the two men? Why did his boss feign ill health and stayed away from those crucial meetings, only to come back home and play squash with his girlfriend? And what did he mean by more changes and things turning out better for him? He had never liked people speaking in riddles or in a roundabout kind of way. He realized that he had been working with a man who was deeper than he thought. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He knew that his permanent secretary came from the same local government as the governor, in fact, from the same council ward, even though he had never noticed any closeness between the two. He now recalled that the man praised the governor with people who were praising him, and criticized him with people who were criticizing him. He did not hold any strong opinion about anything. He was curt and polite to all, and friendly with none. One couldn't even read his body language, because his body spoke no language. There have been times in a briefing when Brother Peter thought the man's face was tabula rasa, without expression or signs of knowledge. He was sure the man was hewn out of oak wood. Now he understood why he felt so. Brother Peter thought this oak wood had very long roots buried in the belly of the rainforest. When he returned to the office, he was handed a circular from the acting HOS, who, it appeared, had unilaterally set up a technical committee with the office of the permanent secretary establishment as secretary. He called his boss immediately, who sounded rather irritated. "Peter, you know that I have been unwell for a while now. Would you be happier if I died soon? Rather than pray to God to heal me and bring me back to good health, you are insisting that I return to work and risk worsening my condition." Brother Peter apologized profusely and assured the old man that he was going to continue to cover his duties without complaining until he was well again and returned to work. But why was Dr. Bassi moving ahead with the promotions matter with such urgency? He was shocked that the same Dr. Bassi, who was only recently the leading voice of opposition and reason, had seemingly capitulated so easily. What was really going on? Who were these people he was working with? The more he thought they were different, the more they appeared to be the same. Was it true that all cats were grey in the dark? He recalled that the first person to speak against the governor's skewed memo was Dr. Bassi, who had only 2 days ago called for vigilance against the nepotistic tendencies of the governor. Why was he now galloping in such high speed to ensure that the same memo was executed? Power, office, money, and advantage were all so unreal. The more one looked, the less one saw. As for Dr. Bassi, Brother Peter was sure there was something hidden that he himself was missing. Everybody knew Dr. Bassi. He was a shiny diamond in the service. His yes was yes and his no was no. He never cleaned his teeth with 2 chewing sticks simultaneously. Maybe the gentleman had a plan and was leading everybody on. Some smart scheme with a redeeming surprise in the end, like a well-written story with a twist in the tail. He was good-looking, had good education, was wealthy. What else did one ask for of this life? He had more than 2 dozens of children, most of them already working in good organizations. His wives ran sprawling businesses ranging from cosmetics, children's wares to supermarkets. He earned more income from his businesses in a month than the wages he got as permanent secretary for a whole year. What could be sufficient incentive For a man of such stature to walk back from his well-established reputation, Brother Peter's mind remained unresolved until he went to pick up Jesam at the end of work, promptly banishing all other thoughts about everything else for the time being. But it seemed that this was a day that held no joy nor understanding for him wherever he turned. He met Jesam in front of her office and opened the passenger door for her to get in. But rather than do so, she beckoned on three women who she directed to sit at the back of the car. They looked like people who just arrived from the countryside, because the way they scrambled into the car was somewhat timid and without poise or grace. They were dressed in very long white gowns, which descended right down to their ankles, and spoke a variant of Ejagam that was predominant around Jesam's mother's village. None of them wore shoes, and it seemed that all this was a habit they had become accustomed to, judging by the state of their feet, which he thought looked like toughened cow hoof. It was after he put the car in motion that she began to tell him who they were. They turned out to be her mother's cousins, who had just come in from the village for a church retreat at the Brotherhood of the Cross and Star. She would be glad if he could take them to the spiritual headquarters of the church at Ambo Street in the backside of the city. Brother Peter always avoided this part of the city because it was seedy and prone to crime. Most armed robbers, drug life avoided the area for their own safety. He was sure that if Jesam had given him a heads up, he would have rather arranged and paid a taxi cab to take them there. But here they were in his car, sending off an odor that smelled like an assortment of mashed vegetables and chattering ceaselessly in very loud voices in that dialect that he could not comprehend. Jesam took one look at him and knew he was irritated. She always knew when he was unhappy. She clamped up like an Asiatic mollusk and stared ahead as he drove. He had to weave around cluttered streets and avoid the army of tricycles that crawled around the entire space. At last, he arrived at the sprawling international headquarters of the church, which is sometimes called by the name of its founder, Olumba Obu. There were so many people around the place, men and women, all dressed in white flowing robes, without shoes. As they moved about, the long gowns swept up a whirlwind of brown dust, which bellowed after them like inevitable guardian spirits. Jesam waved them off with a string of the dialect, but had to step down to shut the back door, which one of them had only pushed, leaving it unlocked. When they emerged out of the rough patch, Jesam apologized for making him venture to these parts. She said she would have informed him earlier or sent them off in a taxi, but she had already spent the money she brought with her to the office. He assured her that he was okay and began to tell her about the events of the past 2 days, leaving out a few details. "I am not surprised at all," she said. "That man does not mean well for this state. What really surprises me is that no one seems to be able to call him to order. In my office, once the counterpart funding was paid, all earlier contract awards were cancelled on the orders of the governor. His family members now sent him bids for the 26 jobs that have been pending. They turned in multiple bids for each contract, already designated for a particular member of his family. 73 good bids from members of one family. They got all the jobs, all 26 of them. And Daddy, none of those jobs is less than 400 million naira. Some are even up to 8 million naira, 800 million. It is unbelievable. I have heard worse stories, Brother Peter said. My friend at the Ministry of Works told me the other day that all road projects are awarded to the governor's older brother. He said that the Honorable Commissioner for Works has been reduced to a personal assistant to the man. The Commissioner's secretary was recently transferred for disclosing to her colleagues that she saw the governor's brother slap the Honorable Commissioner. I don't know how we got to this sorry pass, he concluded, shaking his head. They were soon at Little Woods, waiting for them with his lady friend, who had been away on a promotion training course in Lagos. She worked with the Navy and had just been promoted commander. Dr. Bisong was in high spirits, not only because of the return of his lover, but also because he had a lot to reveal. Old boy, he began tapping Brother Peter on his back. Governor's office was a battlefield today, but see, you civil servants are very mischievous. How did you guys manage to cook up such a rumpus over promotions? High Chief practically hit the ceiling today. 2 special assistants were sacked for being at the right place at the wrong time. 2 of the secretaries in the governor's offices from the governor's office were posted out today, but were immediately replaced by their colleagues from the governor's local government area. It is a war out there, man. Everyone held their breath as they walked around the office today. You are lucky to have escaped unhurt, Brother Peter chipped in. Nah, not me. I was properly locked up in my office with a copy of D.H. Lawrence's Lady Chatterley's Lover. I hid inside the classic story all day long, while my secretary popped in from time to time to give me news updates. My office was no better, my brother. The head of service was asked today for allowing a secret memo to leak. Secret memo ni, secret memo ko. What was secret about the memo? It was a public issue here throughout last week. One of the governor's cousins, who is a deputy director in the Ministry of Agriculture, created a scene there last week. She threatened to beat up one of those women who were transferred out today for omitting her name from the list for special promotions. You scoundrel! And you never let me into the coup. Maybe I could have sneaked my name in there myself, Peter queried. Peter, how many times did I call you? He asked rhetorically. You have no chance in hell of getting your poisoned surname into that list unless you execute a quick change of name and local government of origin. I have always told you that we have as a state regressed from Max Weber's egalitarian market and merit-driven society to an agnatic kinship organization where blood ties are the only form of social identity and key to favor and patronage. We are thrashing under the tyranny of cousins, people who came to town without a stitch of moral fiber or a whiff of political philosophy. Beyond the base primitive instinct to acquire wealth by all means possible, the elite deck is being forcefully restacked by the conspiracy of bloodline, throwing away the inexorable truth arrived at through experience over the course of universal human history, that all men were created equal. We are living in perilous times, my friends. No one would have thought that at the turn of the century we shall turn around our ship of state into the turbulent straits that we find ourselves adrift upon. And when the story comes to be told tomorrow, It shall be said that when the ship of state was running aground, you and I didn't do anything about it. We didn't say a word or stand up to be counted. We are as guilty as the perpetrators. Let them do it. Rather than take action, we have taken refuge inside good books and good beer. Brother Peter and the two women were subdued by the vehemence of his punditry and the truth in his declarations. Peter looked at his friend, picked up his glass of beer, and raised it to himself. And raised it to his glass too. And the two women did same. They clinked to an unsaid toast and continued to drink in silence as the waiter brought in the usually spicy nkwobi. Brother Peter brought up the travails of the former HOS and the transfiguration of Dr. Bassi, who had only that very day been named acting HOS. Dr. Bison told him that Bassi had always been like that. He was very ambitious but too proud to admit it, and had never missed an opportunity throughout his career to conspire to have a favorable position. He was a man who didn't eat pumpkin leaves but enjoyed the seeds. Do you know how he became the sole administrator of a local government council? He was not the one nominated for the position, but because he spoke a little Hausa, having done his national service in the north, he sneaked up to the military administrator at the time and Hausa man, and destroyed the reputation of the man initially favored. That has been his life. But watch out, my gut feeling tells me that it won't work out for him this time. Brother Peter signaled that it was getting late, but Dr. Bison told him to take his lady home. He was spending the night with his friend in the barracks. As he said these words, Jesam turned to beam her eyes questioningly into her lover's eyes, as if to wonder why he had never spent a night at her place, despite her desire that he did so. The children were already in bed. He went in with her, showered with her, and made love to her. They had never done this at her house before, and they threw themselves fully into the act, quenching an enormous burning desire that had welled between them for over 3 weeks. When he felt her sleeping, he picked himself up and dressed quickly. Then he let himself out of the house and drove home to the warmth of his family and his bed. His wife woke up to serve him food. He told her he was all right. It was too late to eat again. When he switched off the light and got into bed, she turned and held him close, running her hand down his toes instead of one. Who would prevent one from helping two women instead of one? The first man who thought this up must have been a eunuch or a man afflicted with erectile dysfunction. He must have been himself unable to please more than one woman. Probably he was never even able to please any. So he tried to build his personal frustrations into a standard of life for the rest of mankind, with the connivance of the writers of the good book. Those writers probably have been monks who had since lost the use of their reproductive equipment, if they ever put it to good use at all in the first place. Chapter 8. The inaugural meeting of the Technical Committee for Implementation of Promotions kicked off at 9 a.m. the next day, with the acting HOS as chair, while Brother Peter stood in as scribe. The HOS had carefully selected the members of the committee, making sure not to include the troublemakers. He had spent the previous evening with the governor, who had guided him on how to get the job done. His initial nominees for the committee had been vetoed by the governor once he was told where the candidates came from. In the end, Out of 7 members, 4 came from the governor's local government area. That is, if you included the permanent secretary establishment, who had unfortunately taken ill and was being represented. The governor had spoken to Dr. Bassi frankly, pouring him cup after cup of coffee. He himself had taken several cups of the stuff. Have more coffee, Dr. Bassi. It makes you stay alert. This is great stuff I bought myself in Nairobi. Say no when a city, the needy and the hungry. I needed to help the people to eat food at least. I was a wealthy man when I came here, but since I arrived, my family wealth has depleted seriously because I have been taken from there to help people and even pay the salaries of workers. And these are the same workers your colleagues are telling me that I have no say in their promotion. Your Excellency, High Chief, none of us said so, Your Excellency. In fact, we were all waiting for the former head of service to constitute the technical committee when he sent you that letter. We were all embarrassed. We were thoroughly embarrassed. That can never happen under my watch, Your Excellency. Good, Dr. Bassi, great. What we need is understanding. Once you and I understand each other, we are bound for the top. Get on with the job, head of service. We have already wasted too much time. Let's clear this in 1 week. The boys at the Civil Service Commission are my men. They are raring to go as soon as you turn in your report. The governor stood up, gave him a slight nudge on his shoulder as he opened the screen by the side of the chair and walked out. Dr. Bassi finished his coffee and went to his car to leave. As he inserted the key in the door, a young man in a black suit appeared at his elbow. Sorry, sir. His Excellency said you forgot your bag. He began to protest, but the young man reached over his shoulder, dropped the bag in his car, and disappeared into the darkness. Dr. Bassi's car meandered through the tiny alleyways up a steep incline that led to the main boulevard. Once he was in safe distance, he eased the car to a stop and with trembling fingers opened the small bag. There were 10 bundles of well-wrapped bank notes. These were greenbacks, brand new $100 bills, $100,000. He made a quick mental calculation that placed the cash in the region of 50 million naira. He took out the bundles one after the other, making sure to first lock the doors of his car. Then he undid 2 buttons on his shirt and threw the bundle inside his shirt. He put his jacket back on before buttoning his shirt again. The bundle of cash now formed a backrest between him and the car seat as he drove rapidly to his sprawling mansion and went straight into his bedroom. Once inside, he turned the key in the lock and carefully removed the packet of dollars, which bulge had made him look like a hunchback if one looked at him closely enough. He counted the money carefully, putting a little saliva on his index finger to help improve the grip on the fresh notes. He confirmed that there were 100 notes in each bundle, and there were 10 bundles. He sat on his bed, picked out one of the bundles, and fondled it lovingly before bringing it to his nostrils. The smell of new naira notes always gave him a dizzying sensation. That of new dollar notes drove him to a sensation that was almost orgasmic. He laid on the bed, arranging the soft pillows to support his head. Then he began to place the bundles of money in various formations on his stomach. This was his happiest day on earth. He regretted the years he spent criticizing this governor, even insulting him, and implored God to forgive him his foolishness. He was going to right the wrongs of the past. He was going to give him all the support he needed, even if he was required to shed blood for him. Then a knock came on his door. He bolted up straight and frantically gathered the bundles of money about him. It must be his first wife. She was the one who had the petulance to invade his privacy this way. Ignoring the several knocks on the door, he reached for his jackknife, which he occasionally used to slice fruits, and lifting his mattress, sliced open the covering underneath. Then he arranged the dollar inside the folding of the covering, replaced the mattress, and made his bed again. Dr. Basi could neither take his dinner nor sleep all through that night. He didn't know if it was the coffee or the dollars that kept him awake. He slept alone that night, something that did not happen often. He had announced that he was stressed up and needed full rest. 2 of his wives obeyed him without much questioning. It was his first wife that had recently crowned herself the Attorney General and advocate for the family. If the governor wanted people promoted, that was the problem if they didn't cut across all local government. What was the problem if they didn't cut across all the local government areas? Who on that list was not from this state? People just liked to make trouble. He had made his decision to stand with the governor. And why not, really? He wrote a short text message inviting members of the committee, as agreed with the governor, to the inaugural meeting the next day. Everyone was seated now, so he called the meeting to order, nominating Brother Peter to lead the opening prayers. Although Peter was not a praying man, he remembered the Lord's Prayer, which he had learned as a child, and began to recite it. Luckily, everyone seemed to know how to say that prayer, which he brought to a close with a short request from Almighty God to grant the committee the wisdom to do what was right in the eyes of God and man. He was not to notice that the chairman shot a quick glance at him before addressing the committee. Gentlemen, let me meeting of this committee. Today's meeting advances the cause of human development by providing the best way for His Excellency the Governor to deliver his campaign promises to the masses of our people. You are all aware of the fact that promotion interviews have not been conducted for many years now, and so we should be grateful to the Governor for the approval to begin the process in any shape or form. Let us not dwell entirely on the sentiment of tribe, tongue, and local government of origin, and overlook the fact that everyone on this list is a citizen of our dear state. Brother Peter was amazed at how easily the deliberations went. Every member who spoke after that cut right to the meat, leaving no one in doubt that the governor was the leader of the state, and therefore, when the meeting rose at the close of work that day, all the issues had been resolved, and it was left for the secretary to produce both the minutes and the report to be sent to the Civil Service Commission. A caterer had been contracted to supply lunch for members, which was extravagantly sumptuous. It was made of pounded yam and afang soup. The soup was the center of attraction. It had been specially made with fresh fish, shrimps, dried fish, and stockfish. The soup alone was a complete meal. Brother Peter noted that the quantity of soup was far more than the pounded yam, and because of the generous palm oil in it, everyone had to roll up their sleeves to prevent them from soiling the cuffs of their shirts. After the meal, the chairman brought out 2 bottles of champagne. Everyone in the room was hailing him with chants of "Up HOS! Up HOS!" He looked so happy that Brother Peter thought he reminded him of his last child, who enjoyed praises more than anything else. At last, everyone departed, leaving Dr. Basi alone in his office. He reclined in his chair, placing his bare feet on the handles of the desk drawers, as a small smile began to spread over his face. It had been a good day's work. He had handled the matter in the best way possible. No one could say that he did not do his best. He was not a communist or an anarchist. Everyone accepted the hand God dealt them. Now that Mother Luck was smiling on him again, he would be a big fool not to make the best of the opportunity. His mind went to the bundles of dollars he had stacked up in his mattress, and he caught his breath in fright. Did he lock his bedroom door before leaving the house this morning? He realized with apprehension that he had not. He never locked the bedroom, especially because the decoder of the satellite television system was situated in his room. Locking the door would mean denying his wives and children access to television throughout the day. But things were different now. There was 50 million naira cash in that room. He quickly began to put on his shoes to go home, but the laces had been tied too firmly. As he pulled impatiently at the tiny laces, a part of it came unstuck, and he realized he had caught it. Well, of all the days on earth, he swore under his breath. He was not a little disheveled as he scrambled out of his office and headed to the car bay. His driver was luckily already at the wheels, idling the engine when he got to the car. Someone opened the door for him, and in an instant the car was speeding downtown to his ample quarters. All his wives and children at home came out to welcome him back. The significance of his new elevation was just sinking into them. He embraced all of them one by one, and his youngest wife followed him to his room, carrying his portfolio. After she set the little box in its place on the cupboard, she flopped onto the bed and began to make small conversation, talking about things that were neither urgent nor weighty. He grunted impatiently in acknowledgement, restraining himself from having to ask her to leave the room. Did he want to take a bath, or could she bring his food now? No, he wanted to wash first and rest a little before dinner. It was her cohabitation week, and she usually made full use of the portion the polygamy calendar allocated to her, making sure to squeeze out all the juice in him while he was hers. Dr. Bassi wondered why the lady would not just leave. He couldn't send her away without a reason, and he couldn't find any reason right now. After undressing himself, he came to sit on the bed too, and folded his huge arms across his chest, looking at her with dull eyes. Baby girl, go and get me a glass of cold water first, okay? My throat is parched. She went as she was commanded. Once she was out of earshot, Dr. Bassi dropped to his knees and, bending under the bed, began to feel around the fabric of the mattress. Then he heard the distinct sound of her footsteps approaching. He sprang up and, cleaning his knees, returned to his sitting place. He had felt a few bundles, but couldn't count all of them. He was sure the money was there intact, just as he had left it. But it would have been better for him if he could ascertain for sure. Since she would not leave, he put on his house dress and followed her downstairs to dinner. While he ate, his mind went to two of his children studying overseas, who had recently sent him elaborate emails containing scientific information that he was not familiar with. They wanted him to send more money to them. The girl was taking a second degree in nephrology at Michigan State University, while the boy was studying robotic engineering at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. They had been a major drain on his finances. But for them, he would still be a rich man. Ever since the naira nosedived against the dollar, he has been stretched to the limit just to keep them there and alive. Now he was going to sort them both out real good. He would send them half of the money, $50,000, most of it to his daughter, with instructions on how to manage it. She was more prudent and could be better relied upon than the boy, who appeared to be more worldly. He would do that tomorrow before getting to the office. God had his ways of saving his loyal servants from public shame. at his own hour and day, he had always come down and saved mankind. The labor unions had been meeting, and it was looking like a strike action was inevitable, judging by the slogans they were deploying. They had earlier issued a 21-day ultimatum to the governor to withdraw the memo and replace it with a more inclusive plan for promotions or face the consequences of a general strike. That was the governor's affair, he thought. He had delivered on his assignment. Chapter 9. On the night of Saturday, members of the State Executive Council received an unusual notification on the ESCO WhatsApp platform, which served the purpose of sharing important information and social interaction. There was going to be an Executive Council meeting on Sunday at 10 o'clock in the morning. Although one was not sure if a law existed to that effect, the convention throughout the Federation was that such meetings held on Wednesdays of every week. And if the governor was not available to chair the meeting, the deputy governor usually stood in for him. Usually, as a result of the governor's busy schedule and frequent trips overseas, council meeting had not been convened for almost 4 months. The secretary to the state government, Sir Amos Ejukwe, had been a civil servant for 35 years. He retired as permanent secretary, cabinet affairs, before he joined politics. He had also served in that capacity in the Civil Service Commission. He was a brilliant lawyer with a puritanical political temper, who also knew the detailed rules guiding the service as much as he knew the back of his hand. The three most important varieties to Sir Amos Ejukwe were law, justice, and propriety. Notices for council meetings are traditionally written and dispersed by the office of the secretary to the state government for as long as he could remember. So when he found the invitation for the meeting on the ESCO platform, authored by the chief of protocol, who now called himself SCOP, a nomenclature he borrowed from the presidency, he felt neither anger nor disappointment. A strange form of sadness simply descended upon him. The young sapling did not even employ the appropriate phraseology for such summons. Reading through the notice, one would think he was calling for a community gathering during a cultural festival. There was so much lack of pedantry and grammatical elevation. He was taught that language was a paintbrush that defined the occasion, through diligent choice of words and strategic punctuation. Where did this boy come off with writing ESCO summons as if he was chatting with his girlfriend on the Facebook application? Council meeting on a Sunday was not something he ever heard of. But then, there were too many things happening these days that he never heard about before. He was surprised how the formal and normal order of things had reversed so completely that the unusual had become the usual, and the usual unusual. What would be the agenda for the meeting, which he thought was going to be an extraordinary session for the very fact of it being scheduled on a Sunday? The notice had made no mention of that. He called the governor. The call rang to the end, but was not taken. So he called his second line, which also repeated the experience of the first. Assuring himself that the governor would return his call, he went to his room and tried to rest. After 2 hours of waiting, Sir Ejukwe dressed up and drove himself to the governor's lodge, an ancient lair that at one time housed the governor-general of the defunct Nigerian Southern Protectorate. It was strategically positioned to overlook the Atlantic Ocean on the one side and the old native city on the other. The story was told of how the British mounted huge mortar guns on the top floor so that the natives could see what could happen to them if they tried to rebel. He got through the gate easily and arrived at the patio, where some state security personnel informed him casually that His Excellency was in a meeting. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the meeting was with the Chinese. The Chinese were everywhere these days. They seemed to provide every service, from building roads to growing mushrooms. The security official took his name and disappeared behind the door. After half an hour, the ADC appeared, greeting the SSG deferentially. His Excellency had sent his apologies. He could not see him. The meeting at hand was very crucial, but he was going to call him as soon as he was free. He made a court bow in front of him, opened the door, and left. As he opened the door, Sir Ejikwe could hear loud laughter and the clattering of enamel on tabletops. Crucial meeting indeed, he thought. Ribaldry had been elevated to crucial matters of state. He picked himself up slowly, and although his knees gave notice of urgent repairs, he brought himself up to his full height in a vain attempt to restore his once commanding gait, and walked down to where he had left his car. He returned home and waited for the governor's call until the small hours of the next day before he gave up and went to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, there was a text message in his phone from the governor. Agenda: impending strike. Well, that was better than nothing. He ignored the absence of pleasantries or courtesies and went to his desk to write out the detailed business of the day for the meeting, relying heavily on his experience to flesh it out to 6 items. As soon as he was finished, he posted it on the ESCO platform and went to church, making sure to leave his phone at home. Sir Amos Ejikwe was a high-ranking knight of the Order of St. Mulumba. He had attended a Catholic college and was a mass servant as a child. He never missed mass, even if he had to be taken to church in a stretcher. He wore suits to church whether it rained or the sun shone. He was kneeling down to say the prayer before Holy Communion when somebody tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up into the face of the lead church warden, who told him that some men were looking for him outside. He felt a surge of repugnance as he turned his focus on the priest who was blessing the Holy Sacrament. This was the most important part of the Holy Mass. He went to take the Holy Communion, and as he knelt to say the prayer after Holy Communion, the man returned with a message that the men outside said they could not wait any longer. He stood up and followed him. Outside, he found the ADC to the governor, who came to him with stuttering generous apologies for disturbing his worship. His Excellency wanted him straight away. Sir Ejikwe thought about the prayer he was about to recite, made to return to the church, but changed his mind and followed the ADC into his rather posh car as he handed over his own car keys to a uniformed driver. The ADC was accompanied by armed soldiers in 4 trucks. No wonder the church warden was thrown out of his wits. He closed his eyes and began to recite the Anima Christi. Soul of Christ, sanctify me. Body of Christ, save me. Water from the side of Christ, wash me. Passion of Christ, give me strength. The convoy drove to the industrial park where the Chinese held court. The governor was swarmed by a few dozens of them, all in bathroom slippers, as if that item of dressing was itself a compulsory uniform. The governor himself was still in his sleeping gown, with the hems grazing the 3-inch grass. The industrial park was dotted with small halls or factories strewn about, which were being put up for manufacturing. The state media called the place the next industrial revolution. Sir Ejikwe climbed down from the chrome-colored Toyota Prado vehicle and walked towards the governor. He stood there for a long time, trying to catch the governor's eye, but the man seemed to be in a rapture. One podgy Chinese man was telling a story which a Chinese girl interpreted. It was about the origin of the dragon and how the gods came down in the form of the mythical animals to mate with barren women during the lunar festivals. The governor's attention could not be divided. He clapped his hands from time to time and let out loud ululation, especially when the man described the details about how the gods undressed the women on the sacred altar. It occurred to Sir Ejikwe, who was himself not in the least interested in the tale, that the governor appeared at that moment to wish that he was a dragon himself. Sir Ejikwe shook his head in bottled rage. Was this what he left the Holy Sacrament to come and do? Did he come to stand here in the sun and listen to wild oriental fables and mythologies? Suddenly, the governor beckoned on him to come nearer. I have been calling your phone since morning, but you didn't pick up. I was in church, Your Excellency. Good morning, Your Excellency. Yes, it is about the Executive Council meeting. It slipped my memory that I have to be in Malabo to meet with some Portuguese investors. We have about 16 MOUs to sign with the investors. Can you beat that? 16 MOUs. I have already chartered a jet to take me. So cancel the Executive Council meeting. We will reschedule once I am back. Sir Amos Ejikwe nodded his head severally as the governor began to walk with his retinue to one of the factories he had just commissioned for slaughtering and processing rabbits. It was the biggest of its kind in the world. He collected his car keys from the uniformed boy who had driven it from the church. It was a much smaller car compared to what the ADC drove. As he drove out onto the main road, he thought of returning to the church, but the little clock on the dashboard assured him that Mass was long over. He didn't know he had spent 3 hours at the industrial park. It was already 11. Members of the State Executive Council must all be seated now in the council chambers. He decided to drive to the place himself, rather than put the notice on the platform. As he walked into the hall, he went up to the deputy governor, who was already seated, and whispered into his ears. The man was startled to hear that the meeting had been put off, and that the governor was preparing to travel outside the country. He looked at Sir Ejikwe for a long time before he cleared his throat and announced the cancellation of the meeting. This was not the first time he would be treated with so much levity and disdain, but he was determined to stay around until he saw the end of it. On several occasions, he had threatened to resign, but the people from his area advised that it would be a huge loss to the community if he did so. His friends also would not hear of it, especially his schoolmates, whom he had helped to secure a road contract. He it was who usually told him that it was when the going got tough that the tough got going. He had also been told that all his personal aides, who also came from his local government area, would be out of job if he left his position as deputy governor. There was also the little matter of his imprest and security votes, which the governor approved for him every month. On a good month, it came to a tidy sum of about 20 million naira. Walking away from 20 million naira a month, apart from a few other perks, was not the easiest thing to do under the prevailing economic realities. In the end, he had decided to soldier on in the best interest of all concerned. The deputy governor adjusted himself in his seat, called the meeting to attention, and began to speak. The Secretary to the State Government, Commissioner for Justice, the Secretary to the State Government, Commissioner for Justice, and Attorney General of the State, Honorable Commissioners, very senior special advisors to the Governor, I welcome you all to this State Executive Council meeting. However, I regret to inform you all that His Excellency, the workaholic Governor, has been called away on state duties and is even now on his way to the airport. You are all aware of His Excellency's commitment to the economic emancipation of our dear state, which has taken him all over the world. It is for this reason that His Excellency has directed me to postpone this meeting until his return. The SSG thought he handled it very well. He was a very experienced politician and knew his onions. No one could imagine that he didn't know about the governor's trip abroad until a few minutes ago. Everybody entered their cars and drove away. Sir Amos Ejukwe returned home to his family and got ready for the traditional Sunday lunch with his lovely wife and children. They had attended the 10 a.m. mass and were already in the kitchen making lunch when he arrived. When food was ready, his wife went to his room to invite him. There was always an air of conviviality in his home, and there were very respectable people in the community, and he had brought up his children in a particular manner that sought to emphasize godliness, integrity, and hard work over material things. His children, who loved him dearly, always had a laugh behind his back, to the effect that he was trying to bring them up to be poor boys and girls. The last few years have been very tasking for him. He had been made to do so many things against his natural and ethical disposition, things that seemed inevitable in his line of duty. Nevertheless, he had obliged his boss in many ways. What irked him the most was that he had signed so many documents and requisitioned a myriad of items in the name of the office, which were never received, even though the vouchers had been processed and the monies paid. A few times, he had been invited to the bank by the manager and told that the money was ready if he could just sign up on the voucher and receive the cash. He had signed the documents, and just as the bags of already counted money was pointed out to him, someone from his boss had arrived to take them away. The one that pained him the most was the money the governor had asked him to write and request for the governor's office, which was truly dilapidated. He had 3 civil engineers bring him estimates and had used the average of the 3 to cost his memo at 23 million naira. The memo had stayed for several weeks in the governor's office until one day the governor told him he suspected he was dealing with quacks. The next day, a gentleman came to visit him, claiming to have come from His Excellency. After a thorough tour of the offices in SSG's wing, he is left with a promise to return the next day with a quotation. When the quotation arrived the next day, it left Sir Ejukwe speechless, because the young man had put the cost of the renovation at 123 million naira. On his way out of his office, he dropped a small hint that the governor had seen the quotation and was quite happy with it. The SSG had dutifully written a covering letter and forwarded the quotation to the governor, who approved the document instantly. The voucher was raised on behalf of the office of the SSG, and when the money was ready, he was invited to come to the bank and get it. When he entered the banking hall, the manager was waiting for him and led him through a suite of offices to his own office. A special assistant, Sir Ejukwe knew as the governor's relation, was in the office and rose to greet him. There were several bags of money arranged in a row, and Sir Ejukwe suspected that these must be his. The manager brought a document for him to sign, and as soon as he did so, the manager proceeded to separate 100 million from 23 million. The smaller sum was pushed towards him while the young man took charge of the larger sum, explaining that His Excellency had asked him to come and get the cash. At that point, his phone rang. It was the governor. "SSG, have you gone to get your money from the bank?" "Yes, Your Excellency. I am with the bank manager right now." "You know, you wanted 23 million for the renovation of your office. Take the money and do the best you can." And the phone went dead. Sir Ejikwe had called his driver and his accountant to come in and take the bags to the car, after which they took him to the office before proceeding to lodge the money in the official account of the Office of the Secretary to the state government. He was saddened by the implications of what had just happened. He had requested for 123 million naira, had signed to collect it, but had been left holding the empty can. The entire amount stood against his name, and when the auditors came, it was him they expected to retire the amount and provide all the explanations they required. He had been made to look like a fool. Or wasn't he in fact a fool? He could have refused to hand over the money. He could have refused to sign the document entirely. He could have simply walked away from the bank. But he didn't. And now, his whole fist was down in the cookie jar. After 35 years of spotless service and antiseptic reputation, what was this he had gotten himself into? He signed for a whooping 123 million naira for the renovation of his wing of the office. Was he going to spray the walls with gold dust? Was he going to replace the ceiling with diamond-plated boards? Was this what the governor was doing to his henchmen? Was he escorting them all the way to the gate of jail while he stays just outside the door and waved them goodbye? He was not going to be part of the work. He had already directed his accountant to invite one of the 3 contractors who had sent in quotations and supervised the fellow. He had snapped at the accountant impatiently when he asked him, "Oga, what do I bring for you?" He didn't want to soil his hand any further than he had already done. This system was unbelievably efficient in its ability to corral everyone into the sticky mire. Even though his accountant had assured him that he was going to handle the retirement without stain, he still worried about it somewhat. He shook his head as he remembered the day he came back from work, about 3 weeks after the release of the money, and his wife and children had come to hug him with great excitement, thanking him for the new freezer and washing machine. He had denied any knowledge of what they were talking about until they led him to the kitchen, where a 6 feet long and 5 feet high frost freezer had taken over the place of the old smaller one that he had bought about a dozen years earlier. When his wife opened it, he noted that all the food in their freezer had been transferred to the new one. The washing machine had also been replaced by another one, which was larger and newer. His wife had later informed him that 2 men brought the items accompanied by the accountant. When he rang the accountant's number, the fellow passed up the whole affair as a small matter, and that the contractor just wanted to show his appreciation. Sir Ejikwe would have ordered the items out of his house, but he feared an all-out domestic war in which he was definitely going to be outnumbered. So he allowed things to remain as they were. That was 2 years ago. The auditors had come and gone without so much as a whimper, and had filed away the whole thing in his head as a closed shelf that would never be allowed to repeat itself. Many times there had been shortages of work materials, but he had not found the courage to requisition for them for fear of being saddled with another lump sum to retire. He had picked up some gossip for some years now about the financial rackets that were going on in this government. How senior officials were swindling billions of naira, all in cash, for the execution of projects that never saw the light of day, while new personal mansions were sprouting around the city concurrently. He was seriously considering resigning from his position, even though he had not found the courage to broach the issue with his family. After the Stations of the Cross last Wednesday, he had brought up the matter with the parish priest as they sat in the parish house. But the priest had advocated patience and fortitude because he believed that things would change when the governor had taken enough. Although Sir Ejikwe doubted that the day would ever come, judging by the passion with which the people feasted on the public patrimony, he agreed to stay on in the hope that things would change. Chapter 10. Chief Douglas was happy at the way things progressed. His friend at the union gave him regular updates about the meetings with officials and agents of government working to avert the strike action. The 3 blocs were still holding strong, and neither the subtle threats nor the underhanded tactics of government to divide and rule had affected their resolve. There were rumors that government officials were meeting secretly with some leaders of the Trade Union Congress and Public Service Negotiating Council in a bid to alienate the Nigeria Labour Congress. One must give the governor the thumbs up for always working ahead of others, especially on issues that one expected to be outside his circle of core priority. He had brought in so much funding to help some people in the union win elections into the 2 unions, and they had won easily. It was the governor's candidate for the NLC chairmanship that had failed woefully because he indiscreetly allowed people to know who was behind him. Even though he was the most brilliant and had marshaled his points better than others, the shadow of government support hung about him like an unforgiving specter. Chief Douglas knew the man very well, an intelligent man without wisdom, which reminded him of what Oscar Wilde, the Anglo-Irish epigrammatist, had written, that education is an admirable thing, but it is well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. So much for education, he chuckled. There was little else to talk about in all government offices besides the governor's attempt to hijack the civil service for his people and the impending strike action. Even messengers and cleaners had a lot to say about it. He heard that there have been inter-ethnic brawls in the State Universal Basic Education Board between 2 directors, one of them from the local government area allegedly favored. Reports have it that things came to a head when one of the directors, an indigene of the capital city local government area, referred to the other people as bushmen. Tables and chairs were broken in the fight that ensued, but for the timely intervention of the chairman of the board, who was surprisingly at work on that day. Quarreling had erupted in various other departments and ministries, and a new phenomenon of we against them seemed to be building up steadily. Meanwhile, Comrade Ntete, Chief Douglas's ally in the union, called him with the information that the 2 chairmen of the TUC and PSNC were spotted in the governor's lodge the previous night. Brother Peter proofread his report and the minutes thoroughly to make sure that there was no omission of any point agreed upon at the meeting of the select committee or any grammatical mistake at all. He had gone to the residence of his permanent secretary with the draft. After reading it carefully, he made 3 significant changes in a rather elaborate manner, even though all the corrections were in punctuation. When he went over to the office of the HOS to turn in the documents, Dr. Basil was in a telephone conversation. Do they know the power of a sitting governor? Is it because the man, out of his own humility, has chosen to be simple? I am sick and tired of this Aluta mentality in the civil service. That is not what the service used to be. You will be threatening, fighting, trying to intimidate a whole governor. Can you imagine that? As if you were employed to come and make trouble. Dr. Bassi seemed really annoyed with what the other person was saying at the other end, because he suddenly stood up and raised his voice. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear that. I think we are both in this state. We shall see the end. He dropped his mobile phone on the table, which fell with a clatter, and turned to Brother Peter, who handed him the document. He peered into it studiously, leafing through the pages, and when he got to the end, extended his hand to Peter, who took it with two of his. Great job. You have done a great job. I'm very impressed. You see the young men you see today? He shook his head as he spoke. None of them can produce an error-free document. None. Brother Peter thanked him profusely in return and escaped from the office as soon as he could. The drastic change in Dr. Bassi's idealism and comportment confused him. At first, he thought the man was just acting a role, but now it was clear to him that the old man was not only convinced about the everlasting righteousness of his new stance, but was willing to enforce it on any dissenter that strayed into his path. It was like new converts to a new religion, who usually tend to demonstrate their new favor more dramatically than the adherents who converted them. Like the story of Saul in the Bible, who, after his conversion, became the greatest evangelist of the Christian faith in the lands of the Jews and the Gentiles in the early days of the church. The next morning, his permanent secretary came to work looking well rested. He was wearing a new beard, which he had shaved nicely, leaving a ring of well-trimmed hair around his mouth, and was adorned on what appeared to Brother Peter to be a new suit and matching shirt and tie. He had always been a clean man, but today he appeared distinctly debonair, like the black men one saw in Hollywood movies. Brother Peter could not hide his admiration and complimented the PS generously, dabbling a hand there, here, and there on his well-tailored jacket. The PS took everything in with concealed excitement and sat down to receive colleagues and thank God for sparing his life. He went to the office of the head of service, and Dr. Bassi saw him. And as Dr. Bassi saw him, he sprang to his feet. "Ah, Egrinya Okom, at last you are back," he said, as they embraced lightly. "You know, I wanted to come and visit you at home. But you know, Oga, ever since he gave me this job, I have not had a moment looking good, like the good old days. You rascal, you look like the old days, man." The PS laughed heartily and asked him after his harem, to which he replied that, well, the women were still tolerating him. Mr. Egrinya sat on the visitor's chair and listened to a lengthy rendition of the saga that had been brewing in the service ever since he took ill. He shook his head as he listened, sometimes nodding his head as well. Dr. Bassi swore that as long as he was the head of service of the state, he was not going to stand for any disorderly conduct or insubordination of his staff to properly constituted authority. Although Mr. Egrinya appeared intent on the conversation, his mind was engaged in other little matters, including the items of furniture in the office, the color of paint on the walls, and so on. Dr. Bassi produced kola nuts from his fridge, with the explanation that the doctor had at last included kola nuts in his list of forbidden fruits. Dr. Bassi remonstrated with him to do as the doctor commanded, since he was lucky that the fellow had not included the main fruits on the ignoble list. At the mention of this, the two men laughed aloud, wagging fingers in each other's faces and agreeing that once there was an embargo on that one should not wait to be reminded that it was time to go. They chit-chat about a few other unavoidable male weaknesses before Mr. Egrinya cleared his throat and began to speak. Basi, my good friend, I am very proud of you because you have made us all proud. Look at how steadily you have risen in life. You know, whoever knew you back in St. Dominic's will not be surprised at the height you have attained. As Henry Longfellow wrote, the height you have attained today was not achieved by sudden flight. For while some of us went to bed, you were toiling upward in the night. I congratulate you most sincerely and pray for your good health and sound wisdom. He said the last line with an emotional flourish. The HOS stood up and they embraced affectionately. Then Mr. Egrinya returned to his office and to his work. Early the next morning, as people prepared to go to work, the special advisor and chief press secretary to the governor published a press release in the civil service of the state. In the changes, 6 permanent secretaries were asked to proceed on retirement leave. 6 new permanent secretaries were appointed, including Brother Peter. The acting head of service was among the permanent secretaries sent on retirement leave, while Mr. Egrinya, who had become the most senior permanent secretary, was named the new head of service. In the statement, the governor expressed the appreciation of the government and people, who he said would remain grateful to the senior officials for their dedication and commitment to the growth of the state, and wished them well in their future endeavors. All the changes, the statement added, were to take immediate effect, whereas Brother Peter was stunned and at the same time elated. His permanent secretary, who had just been appointed head HOS, was nonplussed. When Peter arrived in his house that morning, he was already dressed up, and his lady was hovering all over him. The tails of his jacket, which, like yesterday's, also appeared to be new. When Peter began to congratulate him for his elevation, he shrugged his shoulders and said matter-of-factly, "It is what it is." He, in turn, congratulated Peter, calling him PS, and reminded him that he had told him that there were going to be drastic changes and that he, Peter, was going to be a beneficiary. Peter recalled vividly the words he had used, even though he had not given the conversation much thought after that. "I must thank you, sir, for my elevation," Peter said. "It is the Almighty God you must thank," he replied. "Yes, sir. God doesn't really come down himself. He works through his agents." "Well, Peter, I am happy you recognize that. I will always remain beholden to you for this wonderful elevation," Peter persisted. Mr. Egrinya looked at him directly in the face and began to speak. "Your candidature was not easy to scale through. I don't know what happened, but I suspect that somebody fed the governor some bitter gravy about you. Thrice I submitted your name, and thrice he dropped it from the list. I had to go to him myself and demanded to know why. What he told me was shocking. How you claimed that you were the most intelligent, how you were headstrong, and how you betrayed the former governor. It was all I could do to convince him that none of what he had been told was true. What helped me was when I told him that you never met the former governor even once." "My God," Peter exclaimed. "By the way, I am not sure you know that my mother and the governor's mother were of the same parents." Peter confessed that he had no idea. When we retired to the family meeting with the governor's siblings to take a last look at the changes, the governor finally told me who bleached you behind your back. A brother of yours from Boki, your local government area. But that is as far as I can go." Peter was speechless. He just stood there, sapped of his wits and drained of all emotions. Now the work begins. Mr. Egrinya continues. Yes, sir. I didn't go through all this to bring you in so that you can earn a bigger salary. You will have to work for it. Anything for you, sir. I am raring to go. There are hawks out there. Some people must band together. Our people must band together, work together. This state must be redefined, and it will fall to you and me to provide the direction and enforce the resolve. Peter returned to his car, and as he drove to the office, he was overtaken by a frightful sensation of the impending work ahead of him. What did his boss mean by redefining the state and enforce? He feared that a dastardly enterprise was already afoot, in which his frightening role had already been casted. He did not come from the governor's local government area, even though his area fell into a broader categorization that included the 2 local government areas. So this is why his boss had stayed away from the office. Under the facade of ill health, he had been attending meetings in which the fate of all the civil servants was being decided. He had even picked the juiciest plum for himself and a very good one for him. His thoughts digressed to Dr. Bassi, and he felt a surge of emotion for that man. Had Dr. Bassi overplayed his setup to take the fall? It was 2 weeks since the man enacted an ideological somersault, abandoning his progressive stance, and now, even before he could lower himself into the usually comfortable conservative chair, the seat had been removed from under his buttocks, allowing him to fall to his personal disgrace. He wondered if the fate of Dr. Bassi did not await him himself, judging by the introduction to his new job that the new head of service has just been given to him. And the way the man spoke convinced him that what he said was merely the tip of the iceberg. Then he made a little vow to himself as if he was addressing someone. Well, Mr. Oga, I don't know where you are taking me to, but it is sufficient that you are the one leading me there. Be rest assured that I am coming with you. Then he made the sign of the cross as he drove into the secretariat. Dr. Bassi had not found the face to show up at the office at all. Brother Peter was welcomed with extraordinary courtesies by Ma Helena, who, after congratulating him, added the unsolicited information that the personal assistant to Dr. Bassi was in the office, packing the man's personal items. Peter spent the whole morning receiving people who came to felicitate with him, while Jesam, who had abandoned her own office, sat on his visitor's seat, smiling at everything, including the ceiling boards. He wondered why the new HOS had not come in yet, so he called his phone and was told by a voice he did not recognize that Oga was with His Excellency. It was about midday when he came into the secretariat in a convoy of 3 SUVs with plate numbers HOS 1, HOS 2, HOS 3. A policeman straddling a ubiquitous Kalashnikov jumped out of the second car, while a Secret Service man dressed in a black suit opened the door for the head of service to step down. There was a hush around the secretariat. No one was able to speak. Already the permanent secretaries were lining up to welcome him, and realizing that he was now one too, Peter fled downstairs in time to take his place in the line and receive a handshake. As he got to the end of the line, he turned and beckoned on Brother Peter to follow him to his office. Chapter 11. That evening, Little Woods made more sales than they had previous week. Everyone seemed to know where the place Brother Peter and Dr. Bison considered their hiding place was. He regretted that all these years he and his friends had been hiding in a glass cup. Jesam seemed to have quickly established the women's wing of his permanent secretaryship. She sat with 7 other ladies, a little removed from the men, and was clearly the celebrant tonight. The ladies placed orders for lavish food with intricate trimmings. One even requested for a bottle of cognac for their table. At the men's table, Dr. Bisson was in charge. He proposed a toast and began to invite Brother Peter for the optics when he remembered that the pictures might be potentially damaging. So he made a small speech placing an embargo on all forms of photography. The ladies freely mingled with the men, touching glasses and a bit of their bodies too, while Dr. Bisson made commentary. Brother Peter was told that a young man was looking for him. When he went out to meet him, it was the state security officer attached to the new HOS. He handed him a thick envelope. Oga said he thought you would be entertaining visitors today. Peter opened the envelope and guessed that it held 300,000 naira, which was too much to go into any of his pockets. As he returned to his seat, he handed over the envelope to Jesam to put in her handbag as her friends looked at the couple enviously. They ate and drank till very late. He had called his wife earlier to say that his friends were hosting him to a drink. She had wished him well, only adding the advice that he should be vigilant. He took Jesam home when they left Little Woods and went with her inside her apartment. While he sat in the parlor, she went in and quickly washed before returning in a short flimsy nightgown. They made love right there on the sofa, and he was afraid she was going to wake the children up the way she moaned. Peter went home, showered, and went to bed. He slept through most of the morning, waking up at 10. It was a Saturday, and he had put off his phone to make sure there were no early callers. When he finally got up, he pleaded with his wife not to go to the shop herself, since she had an assistant who was capable of overseeing the business in her absence. In the afternoon, he drove his wife and the 2 young children to the restaurant in the city, and everyone ordered what they wanted, including drinks. It was a long time since he spoiled his family, and he felt guilt for his failing. He knew it was Jesam who had taken away his attention from them, but could not put the blame on her, since it was he who went courting her and then fell in love with her. His wife chose fried rice and salad with salmon fish, while the children opted for pizza with fried chicken wings. He had not even paid for the feast the previous night because Dr. Bisson assured him it had been settled. So, he had taken 2 bundles of the money from Jesam, leaving her with 1 bundle of 100,000 naira. She had giggled so elaborately that he made a mental note to make sure he made his wife giggle as well. She had been looking so calm and remote these days, and he blamed himself for taking away the shine from her eyes. When they returned home, he gave her the remaining complete bundle of the money, having paid the bills for their outing from the other one. They watched television together and went to bed early that day. He made love to her until she began to cry, throwing him into total confusion. When she was able to speak, she begged him not to break her heart. "Break your heart in what way?" he demanded indignantly. "I am just so afraid, I don't know why." He took her face in his arms and looked into her eyes. "Look at me, Mommy." She turned and looked at him with her beautiful eyes, which always melted into his heart. "Mommy," he called her again. "What gives you the impression that I could ever break your heart?" But she continued to stare into his eyes, saying nothing. He felt as if someone had beamed a torchlight on his soul and his conscience. This is how you used to sound when you were my girlfriend. Mommy, you are my wife now, the mother of my children, and the real owner of everything I own. How does one begin to break that kind of heart without breaking his own head in the process? Daddy, 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 she called like a nursery rhyme. I love you, Daddy. You know I adore you too, more than all the world and everything in it. She closed her eyes as if luxuriating in the emotional assurances and began to kiss his lips. They spent a beautiful evening, punctuated only by the light dinner she insisted everyone must have. They watched several films together, sipping from a bottle of Irish cream. They went to church together. It was a long time he went to church, and it seemed that every member of the congregation came over to congratulate them on the new appointment. His wife was practically glowing as she drank in all the attention and adulation they were getting. That evening, he took her out to have bushmeat and plantain and watched her giggle like a little girl each time he poked a soft finger on her ribs. He believed this was the best weekend she was having for a very long time, and she appeared to love every minute of it. He had sent Jesam a message that he may have eaten or drank something unfriendly to his stomach, because he had been stooling all through the weekend. The poor girl was surely in despair, as she sent a list of medications he should take. His phone was full of her inquiries about his health, some of the questions sounding as if she was in utter trepidation. He had calmly responded to the effect that he was getting better, but the drugs he was given had made him drowsy, and that he wanted to sleep. The new HOS and permanent secretaries were sworn in the next day. The governor made a beautiful speech in his octane grammar, appreciating the founding fathers of the state and the selfless service they rendered, which had bequeathed a beautiful place to the people. He admonished the newly sworn-in officials to re-engineer the service to prepare it for the digital revolution that he was unleashing on the state. The governor led the appointees downstairs to the back of the office and unveiled brand new official vehicles for the permanent secretaries, handing over the keys to them one after another. Brother Peter was given the keys to a sea green 4-wheel drive Ford truck. He took the keys with his 2 hands, shook the governor's hand with 2 of his. Then the transport officer introduced his new driver to him. The driver got into the car and opened the back seat for him. When he made to open the passenger door, the transport officer stepped in front of him and with an affable smile implored him to sit at the back. You are required to sit at the back, PS. It is safer and more comfortable. He went to sit at the back as the driver engaged the gear and drove away, snapping the air conditioning system on. He leaned forward in his seat, freed his legs, and threw the back of his head on the soft headrest. The scent of a new car assailed his nostrils as the machine glided noiselessly forward. He began to speak to himself quietly. Oh, Peter, you have come a long way to this day. A very tortuous and bumpy way. God has been kind to me, because even though I knew I was ultimately going to be a PS, I never expected it so early. He looked through the tinted glass windows and beheld slightly dark forms of people walking on either side of the road. Why did everybody look so short and the cars they were easing past so small and low? Then he realized that he was in a bigger car, which was also higher. Then he went to pick Jesam from her office at the close, rooted in one spot, even though the driver was tapping on the horn. So he told him to drive closer to her and as he did so, lowered the window on his side. Jesam drew in a sharp breath and clasped her hands on her mouth as he beckoned on her to turn to the other side. And as she did so, the driver smartly stepped out of the car and opened the door for her, all the time calling her Madame and bowing to greet her. She was not a tall person and had to first drop her handbag in the car, draw up her tight skirts before climbing on the mudboard with one of her hands on the top railing and hopped in. She looked at him in admiration and offered her hands for a hug, a gesture he readily accepted. "Let's not go to Little Woods today," she pleaded. "Let's go to somewhere we can be by ourselves." "I would love to do that, but it won't appear nice, you know. Our friends will think that we have started avoiding them." "Yes, you are right. It's too early," she said. He gave the driver directions to the place. When they arrived, everybody came out to see the car, and he noticed that the name Brother Peter was quickly being replaced by PS. Once he sat down, he announced an injunction. "Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me and be silent that I may speak. My good friends who like me and the ones that I don't like at all. Speak, PS, speak. Your boys are loyal," said several of them. "I, and even I, Brother Peter the Great, the conqueror of Jesam and the entire Yakor kingdom, want to speak. Speak. I want to say that I, the permanent secretary of a yet to be allocated ministry, hereby insist, and let it be insisted, that no one should commit the grave error of paying for either food or drinks today." There were booms of PS, PS, PS. Brother Peter didn't know who contributed in settling the bills the last time he was here, but he felt obligated to even the scores. Jesam was left at the gate on this most eventful day because of the presence of the driver. She could hardly find sleep all through the night. Her eyes remained clear and open no matter how long she kept them closed. The changes happening around her were too swift, allowing her no time to prepare herself. It was true that her man had become a PS and had been sworn in by the governor, and they were now chauffeur driven. The soaring status would inevitably bring with it influence and financial improvement. But what did this portend to her? Will it quicken the fulfillment of their destiny or delay it? Already, there had been no close romantic conversation between them while the driver was in the car. Where was it written that a permanent secretary must be driven around by a government driver? Those gossips that snitched on their bosses all day long and divulged seedy secrets in the staff canteen. If Peter did not realize the danger, she did, and was going to do something about it. She had no doubt that Brother Peter was a good man who loved her sincerely. Even if she did not know how he was going to handle his change in status, she was sure from now on there would be official engagements that require the presence of a spouse, banquets, cocktail parties, meetings with the First Lady, and those sorts of officialdom, and she would be politely excused while Peter's wife took the shine. She closed her eyes and saw Brother Peter in a dinner suit with an excellent bow tie, his wife at his side in an exotic dinner dress with emeralds on her neck, laughing gaily with the governor and First Lady. If only Peter had tied the knot, then she and his first wife would be alternating at that society event. "Jesam, calm down," she said aloud. "This man had been brought to you by mother luck, and you must not allow yourself to fall into ingratitude and avarice. Does it matter if he attended official balls with his wife? What will be for Satan. He had been very helpful to her ever since he met her. Just the other day, he had left her with 100,000 naira. That was her salary for 2 months. She was even going to send 30,000 naira out of it to her mother for her drugs. Don't allow the devil to tempt you at your hour of victory, she remonstrated with herself. The weight on her heart diminished. So did the lump in her throat. She began to hum a Christian song. The Lord has answered my prayers. I will sing praises to him. She didn't know when sleep came. The next day, Brother Peter was posted to the Ministry of Agriculture as permanent secretary. The one that held sway there had been among those sent on retirement leave. His own colleagues, who were also posted in the same circular, even congratulated him for getting a big one. Finance, education, health, agriculture, and recently environment were considered as frontline ministries that carved a big slice out of every year's budgetary allocation. When they were leaving the office of the HOS, he pulled back Peter and reminded him that he was being posted to agriculture for a reason, and he hoped that Peter was going to make him proud. Peter nodded in agreement as the two men shook hands and separated. He picked Jesam up at her office and dismissed the driver. He then drove to a hotel in the outskirts, which had a screened parking bay from the public view, secured a vintage room, and spent the remaining part of the day with her. He had noted her unease the previous day and had decided to find the right atmosphere to reassure her of both her place in his heart and in his home. By the time they left the hotel in the evening, Jesam had regained the softness of her eyes, and her confidence and sensual temperament had been restored. He dropped her at her gate and went home. The HOS was scaring him with his frequent refrain about a special reason for his bringing him in, making him feel like a foreign mercenary brought in to take out a predetermined target. He was sure that whatever awaited his execution had been done over and over again. This was the country they had built, and he was going to work according to the conventions and dictates of the circumstances. One could not make omelets without breaking eggs. He was going to cross this river when he got to it. The Commissioner for Agriculture, an Ivy League-trained lawyer, welcomed him to his new ministry the next day with what appeared to be, to Brother Peter, to be veiled condescension. He appeared to look at the PS from head to toe before allowing him to shake his hands, which he withdrew as soon as the tips of his fingers made contact. Welcome to the Ministry of Agriculture, my dear PS. You are Mr. My name is Peter Okubuchi, popularly known as Brother Peter. Brother Peter, the commissioner sneered. Sounds like you are one of these born-again people. Not at all, Peter protested. It is a long story from when I was a youth. I see. Well, you are welcome to my ministry. You come highly recommended, and I believe we are going to have an excellent working relationship while we are here. I believe we will, Peter assured. Chapter 12. Brother Peter was taken to his office, a sprawling, well-appointed wing of the ministry. His office was large and had been cleaned before he arrived. The 2 air conditioning sets were on, and the place was cold. After saying a short prayer, he began to unpack his bag, placing each item where he wanted them to be. The chief accountant of the ministry came to welcome him too, asking rather conspiratorially if there was anything he wanted. Brother Peter didn't know that he needed anything, but before he could give an answer, The accountant informed him that the commissioner had approved something for him of his transfer, his wardrobe, and logistics requirements. Peter thanked him as his immediate staff. About 10 of them came in to introduce themselves. At noon, the accountant returned to his office carrying a medium-sized bag which appeared to be heavy from the way his body weight tilted to the side of the bag. He gave him a single piece of paper to sign. Then he pushed the bag closer to him and left the office. Unless he was mistaken, Brother Peter thought his signature was under a figure that looked like 5 million naira. Well, maybe he was truly mistaken, but he could not open the bag to confirm the amount. All he could do was to pull it under his table, directly between his legs, where he thought it was both safe and out of sight. He knew his heart was beating fast and dipped a hand in his pocket to bring out a piece of kola nut he always carried with him. He threw the whole thing into his mouth and began to chew furiously. Once the juice hit his gut, his nerves began to shake even more. He had forgotten that kola nuts contain high quantities of caffeine. 5 million naira in cash! He cried. He had never before owned so much money at once. This was going to be interesting. He sent for his friend, Dr. Bisong, who took the money to the bank and paid it into Brother Peter's account. Brother Peter's nerves began to settle once he received the alert for the whole sum on his mobile phone. That evening, he did not enjoy his beer. The damned thing tasted strange to his tongue. Even the pepper soup didn't taste quite right. At Jesam's place, he could not be roused. When he got home, it got even worse. He told his wife in the morning about the money and watched her eyes lit up in excitement. Her only regret, she said, was that he should not have involved his friend. Brother Peter realized that he hadn't mentioned the money to Jesam. He wondered why he didn't, but could find no reason. Well, since he hadn't done so, he could no longer do it. That was that. Back at the office the next day, he scheduled meetings with his staff, beginning from those in the Directorate Cadre. Before the general meeting, he learned a lot from the meetings. This was a very large ministry, and he was surprised to note that the civil servants working there were over 600, if one included the ones in the zonal offices who were rendering extension services to farmers throughout the state. The commissioner sent a few files to him, which he dispatched expeditiously as they were mostly applications for leave, promotions, and other regular issues. He had not seen him since after the day he reported. The man did not come to the office regularly. Maybe he was always busy with the governor. Even while he was still in establishment, he knew there existed a special bond between the commissioner and the governor. He accompanied him on most of his foreign trips, and even his colleagues in cabinet were somehow obligated to show him respect. He was also rumored to be generous even to his colleagues, which is why they had conferred the alias Godfather on him. The story is told of how he attended the birthday party of one of them, only to discover that the drinks only included beer and such like. He said to have gone to his car and brought $20,000, admonishing the celebrant to please send for drinks meant for men. He had acquired several buildings in the city, but kept his wife and children in the United States, where they lived in substantial comfort. He had never He never drove the official vehicles attached to him. His aides drove those ones. From the first day he came in with a silver Lincoln Navigator, which he drove to the office, and an oxblood Chevrolet Corvette sports convertible, in which he cruised during the few weekends he spent in the States. He was young, good-looking, and spoke with the American drawl. Sometimes his intonation is employed to put many of his less privileged colleagues in their place, especially during arguments in the State Executive Council meetings. Dr. Bisson had recently been extremely busy with his work. The chief press secretary to the governor had come up with the idea of publishing the governor's programs, projects, and achievements in a single compendium that would tell the story of the administration. The governor had approved the project with the cost implications captured in the memo, but had directed that Dr. Bisson edited the entire volume. This in itself was a kind of recognition of his literary capacity, even though he had not always been engaged. The chief press secretary put a team of government house press aides together under his own supervision and began to scour the state in search of material. There were reporters sent to various local government areas, while others were posted to ministries and departments in subject clusters. The CPS, as he was addressed in Government House, assured Dr. Bisson that materials would pour in from every part of the state, and he would soon have enough materials to work with. Dr. Bisson was excited about the assignment, not only because it would give him the opportunity to prove his worth, but also because he had not propositioned the project. Yet, the governor had by himself nominated him to oversee the work and take charge of the final product. He wasn't quite bothered about the funds approved, which he had ascertained from the governor's office network, even though the CPS never mentioned that part of the memo to him. He, however, thought the total sum was a scandal in waiting. Was it to leak to the press? Dr. Bisson prided himself as one of the few who had managed to still keep their heads above the murky dirt and smell of the governor's office, ignoring the fact that this was so basically because he had been completely ignored in the general scheme of things. At last, the CPS had brought him a thick file of typewritten materials and a lot of pictures. Here was work at last for him, and he gleefully began to pore over the assortment of stories. The first thing he noticed was that there was no organized form to the materials, which seemed to have been thrown into the file as the CPS had received them. So he began to organize them sectorially and thematically. There seemed to be more material for programs, which were generally statements of direction and intention by government. There was very little in the area of projects, even though he could see a lot of picture representation, architectural designs, and pictures of advertising boards. The other matter that irked him sore was the quality of reportage. These fellows really wrote poorly. He couldn't believe it, and most of them were political appointees.
Read through a particular report. Dr. Bisson thought the reporters wrote in English while all the time thinking in his native language. The grammatical pieces were so disjointed and dishaved that he has to draw long lines across the sheet of paper and began to reconstruct and report anew. In some cases, over the course of the assignment, he had insisted that he and the CPS visit the location of the project to better understand what the reporter had intended to write. Because the CPS was always busy, even when the governor was overseas. Dr. Bison undertook to travel alone to these places, some of which were a full day's journey. In the end, he was happy that the report he wrote represented the true state of work and value of the project he visited. There were a few that he could not find in spite of his efforts. Then he realized that the poor reporter has been his story entirely on the architectural design and envisioned picture of the complete factories and plants. For months, he dedicated himself to the work, happy that it was progressing slowly but steadily, even though he thought the CPS was not giving him the cooperation he required. One day, the CPS walked into his office and handed him a roll of cash, which he described as well for his running around. The money amounted to 500,000 naira, and he received it with thanks, pointing out his major concern about the entire project. Honorable CPS, sir, I am very worried about the wide gulf that exists between this compendium and the reality on ground. You are aware that I have to travel to some of these locations myself, and what I saw in some of these places is not what we are reporting here. I know, sir, the CPS began to answer. What are you telling me is not new to me. Don't forget that I often travel with Oga and we have visited this project site severally. Our own is to do our bit. That is why Oga chose you and I, because he trusts us to deliver. I am more than prepared to give my best effort in making sure we come up with something the state will be proud of. My worry is that a smart journalist or the opposite might come out someday and put the lies on our work. My brother, we are a team of pressmen, not project editors. We are not even political strategists. Let us just do as we are told. Make Oga happy and leave the rest to God. And saying this, he rose, shook hand and returned to his office. Dr. Bison returned to his work, having been reassured by the CPS whose logic had done nothing to convince him or excise his initial demons. He had gone very far. Most of the stories were ready, so were the photographs, and there were a good number of them too. He was working on the editorial which was going to be signed by the Honorable Commissioner for Information, who is thought had never written a story in all his life. He had asked Dr. Bison to do a draft for him to edit. Such naughtiness, as if he could differentiate between past tense and past participle. After 3 months of hard, painstaking work, the manuscripts were ready. He invited the CPS to his office and proudly handed the volume over to him to take to the printer. One of the press boys took pictures of them and thought his chapter was closed. But 2 weeks after he handed the volume to his colleague, the CPS, the gentleman, came over to see him. He looked troubled, even angry, and Dr. Bison wondered what it was all about. You know that this project was handled completely by you and I. I thought it out, wrote the proposal, and it was approved. While you have been dealing with editorial part, I have been following up on the virtual, even giving my own money to staff of the Accountant General Office to help speed the process. I see. Dr. Bison chipped in, not knowing the direction the conversation was going. Can you believe that today the Accountant General called me to come to his office, and I thought at last the money was ready, he paused and shook his head. There was an angry light in his eyes now, which seems to be ablaze with rage. The AG told me that Oga had just called him and has directed him to release the fund to his own senior sister. He said the lady knew an excellent printer who was going to take charge of the printing. Dr. Bison's heart went to the poor lad. He feared he might have a heart attack. He started to speak but thought better of it and fell silent. He spread his hand on his desk and began to polish his nails with his other hand. How much was the money? He ventured. 1 billion naira. One what? The CPS repeated himself, but very slowly this time. 1 billion naira. There were tears in his eyes now. Dr. Bison went to his toilet and came out with paper napkin, which he handed to him. They sat there as if in mourning. The CPS accepted the napkins, wiped his tears, and blew his nostrils into cupping 2 hands in front of his face. Have you reported this to the governor? I have called several, but he did not pick. When I sent him a text, he replied that he gave the directive. What surprised me, Doc, is that the lady in question, and I mean no disrespect her, the lady is a primary school teacher in the village. How and when did she acquire the kind of printing experience that now qualifies her to handle the printing of such a critical document? Well, my dear brother, you and I are only appointees of government who had office. Don't forget, at the pleasure of the governor, we have done what we were asked to do. I am happy that we applied ourselves to the job and have produced an excellent compendium. Let us not worry ourselves about who handled the printing and who didn't. You win some and lose some. When the CPS finally dragged himself out of his office, Dr. Bison busted into laughter, restraining himself from letting the sound get out of his office. The laughter wrecked his ribs so much that he had to hold his side while he laughed. He recalled Fela Anikulapo's Kuti song, "Overtake, don't overtake, overtake." For 3 months, he had slaved under the project and no one told him there was a price tag of 1 billion naira attached to it. He had been kept in the dark about the money by the CPS, even though he was the engine room and clearing house. The poor boy wanted to get it alone. He didn't want to share, and now he was not going to even get a share. No one was going to cut him a slice of the story flying around about the governor's sister were true. He packed his bag gently, pushed it in his laptop computer, and drove a little woods. This was the real world. Here there was no hiding what soup one liked, or how many beers one took, or indeed the identity of one's female friend. Conversation here was not mechanical. His happiness moment each time he went to work was when he drove out of the governor's office. That place was the land of the dead and the living. One never knew the version of their colleague they were seeing. Everybody spoke with water in their mouth and wore 2 faces. As he drove into the place and saw the car of his friend who had arrived ahead of him, all thought of the governor's office from his head. Chapter 13. The labor union had been meeting for more than 3 months to deliberate on the need to keep the workers at home if the governor insisted on his plan to promote 160 civil servants from his local government area alone. In the beginning, all the union leaders were united in their resolve to enforce the will of the workers and ensure that there was no discrimination in the career progression of workers. All the groups affiliated to the major union had held mini congresses, after which resolutions had been passed and adopted unanimously. Rumors of infiltration of the union by government agents were everywhere, but there had been no evidence to validate the claims. Comrade Intete informed Chief Douglas that the die was cast and the strike action was going to be called sooner or later. All the statutory ultimate had been issued according to exact labor laws without response from the government. The labor union were left with no choice other than to call a warning strike. Rather than a clear position on the issue or engage with labor, government officials tried to engage with individual labor leaders with mouth-watering promises. If they accepted to work against their colleagues, one of the leader of the Nigerian Labour Congress reported one such attempt at a meeting last month. He was the strange individual, claimed that they were working for the governor and that if he agreed to their terms, he stood to receive 10 million naira in the end. The official, a fierce deputy director who adored Fidel Castro, tried hard to appear like the combined leader. He never shaved his beard. He was the man who sent the meeting into laughter when he described the way he had pursued the gentleman out of his house by wielding a large cutlass and threatening to butcher them. The meeting went into spasms of laughter, and when he stood up to demonstrate how the fellow scrambled out of his compound like rabbit fleeing a burning bush, it was time to fix the commencement date for the warning strike, and all the union must agree before the civil service negotiating committee could send out bulletin. It was a very tense meeting because of the underlying suspicions of betrayal among the top hierarchy of the movement. People casted inquisitorial looks on one another. No one knew who was real or who was attending the meeting with genuine intention. Everybody seems to become a suspect as a result of the perversity the governor's men drilled. The Fidel Castro looked rousing speech exploit the opinions available to the lumpen proletariat, whose very livelihood is constantly threatened by the comprado bougies. Tribalism and nepotism by the present administration are intended to drive a wedge between working class people for the benefit of the ruling class. Those who have been handpicked to be promoted are not being promoted up from poverty into instant comfort and wealth. The intention of the government is not to better their lives, but to divide us, give the beneficiaries a false sense of privilege, and make them perpetual servants of their patrons. The implications of these government's policies are as multifarious as they are destructive. Imagine that the promotion are allowed to go through. The governor succeeds. Then after a few years, a new governor is sworn in and following the precedents already set, decides to promote only workers from his local government area of origin. Let us assume that this continues to happen. At some point, all the permanent secretaries will hail from one local government area, or all the directors. Is anybody listening to me? Chants of Fidel Castro, Fidel Castro, and the banging of the table rent the air. That Begin said, "I want us to get one thing clear in our mind. We are not fighting this government. After all, we are not politicians. Some of us are brothers or sisters or classmates of the governor. He is our friend as well." Several people spoke at the meeting, most of them touting the reason and tempo of Fidel Castro and calling for an immediate declaration of a strike action. The chairman of the Nigeria Union of Teachers, an urban, well-groomed man who had taught the governor in secondary school and had become his friend in the last year, urged moderation and patience. "You cannot kill a snake according to its length. We must be cautious in the way we proceed with our actions. What the governor is proposing to do is not correct, neither by law nor by convention, and we must continue to point out to him. But here are we. The governor is the father of the state. He has become our father in spite of his age, and by our culture and tradition, we do not shout on our father because we believe he has done something wrong. We speak to him with respect. We go to his friends to intervene. Sometimes we appeal to his wife or wives, especially the one we know he listens to. The point I have been laboring to make is that we have a problem that needs a solution, and we must seek creative ways to find the solution we need. One such approach, for instance, is to send a delegation of a few of our leaders to meet with him. Let us request for a meeting. It will be granted. I can guarantee that. That meeting would give us the opportunity to tell him the broad implication of what he planned to do and also allow us listen to the rationale of his action." There were diverse opinions about the suggestion. Many believed that Mr. Yakubu was laying a well-woven trap and that this is what they might have plotted with the governor. They knew that the greatest affront to success in an industrial action was to allow labor to be fragmented. Once a few people began to meet the governor, anything could happen, especially with this particular governor who had expertise in buying consciences with money. He was often quoted to have told his friend, although no one could say which particular friend of his, that what money cannot do, more money could do. Not a few people remember that Yakubu had received financial support from his friend when he campaigned for the chairmanship of the NUT North. There was no consensus on what to do next until the meeting broke for lunch to resume in 2 hours. As it turned out, those 2 hours were more than enough for Mr. Yakubu, who had been in communication with the HOS while in the meeting, giving him a blow-by-blow account of proceedings. The HOS had been given a carte blanche to handle his matter, and the chief of staff to the governor had been briefed to cooperate with him fully. By the time Yakubu drove into St. Dominic's Catholic Church, the HOS was already there in a smaller vehicle. He maneuvered his car to align parallel to the HOS, who wound down his window glass and waved at him, then rolled the glass up again. The security boy came out of the car with 2 bags, which he carried to Mr. Yakubu's car, opened the back door and deposited them on the floor. The 2 cars then drove away in different directions, with Mr. Yakubu heading to a quiet restaurant near the city gate. The whole operation had taken only about a minute. After locking one of the bags in the boot of his car, Mr. Yakubu brought food and drinks for many of his colleagues, sharing some money to them as transport fare. Many of them were already convinced that the proposal to have a sit-down with the governor was a brilliant idea. even vowed that when the meeting resumed that afternoon, they were going to ask for a head count or division of the House to arrive at a final decision. But the meeting resumed. Fidel Castro and his friend who had not left the venue had ordered food from the NLC canteen, surprised everyone by agreeing with the Yakubu alternative. They presented a list of leaders to attend the sit-down with the governor, excluding Mr. Yakubu, Fidel Castro, and a few others who, according to them, were already too close to the governor or to oppose him. They said they wanted people the governor did not know, who would appear neutral but bold enough to argue the case at hand. Although Yakubu didn't like the new dimension, he could not fight it. The meeting with the governor was his idea. Now that it had been accepted, he could not turn around and oppose it. If he insists on attending it, would appear as if he had a personal stake beyond the altruistic intention he had always professed. He knew he had been outfoxed by the hardliners, but he maintained his cool in the knowledge that each tomorrow brings new reality, and that the wisdom comes hour by hour. Later in the evening, when civil servant had closed and the entire secretariat was quiet, the HOS sent the boys to bring the remaining bags of money from the car. He locked himself in his office and brought out the money, arranged it carefully in his office, safe before clicking the combination locked down. He had given Yakubu only a third of what he collected from the COS and reserved the rest for himself. He had always assured himself that this time would come. That time was already here and now. Come September, the children would move to better schools. He had instructed his wife to look for a befitting house for him to purchase in the capital city. Everything was working according to plan, and the benevolent spirits were being kind to him. His girlfriend, the nurse, was due for a change of car, and he knew that it was not going to be long before he gifted her one. The only problem was the girl had high taste and had always expressed her love for very sleeky and expensive ones. Well, she was worth it. She had worked for it as well. Over 8 years of relationship on his terms, he had made her do 2 abortions for him, and when her fiancé had discovered their affair, he had jilted her outright. They had resolved not to have any further abortion. If she got pregnant again, she would have the baby. She bore too many scars for the relationship and was worth gifting the best car in the world if he would afford it. On his way home, he called Brother Peter to join him in his house. Not long after he arrived, Brother Peter also drove in with Jassim. The man liked Jassim and had always asked after her whenever he saw Peter. He came out to receive them and led them to the seat out under the tree in the compound. His lady came out as if on cue and took Jassim away. They made small talk about this and that, touching on the impending strike. Peter was reassured that the boss was on top of the situation and that nothing was going to come out of it. Then he asked about his new office. He wanted to know how the commissioner was treating him. Peter told him everything. There was really not much to tell since the commissioner himself had hardly been around. Brother Peter told him about the money. He appeared to frown but seemed to have changed his mind. Okay, that's well and good. 5 million is rather measly for the sacrifice we make. I will give him a call. He needs to treat you better than that. There is enough to go round. Look, this is our time. One cannot sit at the bank of the river and still wash his face with spittle. The two ladies served food while the men ate. They retired into the house to have theirs. After the dinner, the host went in and returned with a bottle of vintage whiskey, while the ladies went to get the right glasses. They drank well into the night, and Peter thought he was getting quite drunk, while Jasim had begun to laugh about anything. He took her home, and just before turning into her street, changed his mind and drove to a hotel. She didn't ask why. He just followed him into the room. While she showered, he called his wife and made up a story about having an all-night meeting at the lounge. All through the night, Jasim lay coiled up in his arm, sleeping with the innocency of a child. He was happy to be here with her, but worried about spending the entire night away from his home. He got up carefully and went to stand by the huge glass window, looking the main street. It was amazing how human beings lived. The street was completely empty of traffic. During the day, it was always a struggle to drive through this road, but now it looked so empty, even peaceful. Even if he wanted to go home, he would not drive alone. He will not drive alone all the way to his house. Picking up his phone, he called the chief security advisor to the governor, an older buddy of his, to explain his circumstances. He was assured that help was on the way. Soon he saw a police truck driving into the hotel. Two armed policemen came out and seemed to take up strategic position. Jasim was still deeply as if oblivious of his worries. He removed a bundle of 50,000 naira and pushed it into her handbag. Then he closed the door quietly and came down the stairs. The police escorted him home, driving behind his car. When he pressed the horn in front of his gate, one of them jumped out and let off a few rounds from his rifle. He wound down his window, pressed a weight of cash in the policeman's palm as he saluted smartly while Brother Peter drove into his home. His wife met him at the door trembling. The gunshot had scared her, but taking her in his arm, he explained to her where they came from, and with his hand half cycled with Reese walked with her to the bedroom. The meeting with the governor was fixed for 10 p.m. the next day, with the venue at the coffee room of the presidential lounge. Every arrangement was made to guarantee utmost comfort for participants, while food, drink, and extras were carefully selected to tempt even the most outermost. Drum bass, orgastic music by Wali Badaru drifted into the room from nowhere in particular. The chief of staff had directed the housekeeper to raise the entertainment to a Category A event. A wild-eyed, wildly woman whose amorous past and disposition were always the subject of languorous conversation on social media. The housekeeper enlisted very luscious young ladies from the city university as ushers and serve girls. She made sure they dressed in skimpy see-through micro skirts and tops. She lit a few sticks of Arabian fragrance and had the light dimmed to a light hue she knew the governor liked. She had made sure she selected the drink herself, picking only vintage blend that had been in the cellar for at least half a century. As participants began to arrive, the girls served them soup and freshly baked bread. The soup was made of lobster and oyster cooked in fresh tomato sauce. 2 hours after the appointed time, the governor walked into the room. Everyone was startled because the governor always moved with loud siren and would usually enter the meeting with pomps and pageantry. But here he was in a shorts and a t-shirt with a baseball cap on his crown. In the place of his wristwatch, he wore 3 layers of gold chain, with a much bigger one draping from his neck all way to his crotch. He wore leather tennis shoe, marked John McEnroe, with matching red socks. His smile tonight was disarming as he waved everyone to resume their seats since they are all stood up in deference to him. You might sit, please. Sit down, gentlemen. This is not an official occasion. I take it as a meeting of friends to work out a systematic upliftment of the civil service for the general good of the people. I hope you have all had something to eat. I am starving. The housekeeper appeared at his elbow and began to whisper into the governor's ears. As she did so, her ample breast came to rest on his shoulder, while her lips moved silently in conversation, touching the lips of his ear loops as they did so. While she was serving the governor, her girls were unleashed on the labor ladder, as it was all they could do to protect themselves from being smoothed by the young ladies. The food was very good, so were the drinks. The governor asked for Johnny Walker Blues label whiskey, pouring himself 4 fingers of the dry liquor, which he swallowed in a gulp. There were still 3 more courses of dinner when he opened the conversation. He was usually calm and solicitous throughout his opening remark, urging his compatriots to show more understanding and to follow his leadership with confidence in his ability to turn the state around. When he ended, there was a loud applause and he had several participants saying, "Well spoken, Your Excellency." He was surprised that his buddy, Mr. Yakubu, was not there and wondered what might have happened. He poured himself another tall drink which he nursed slowly, this time having already slew his taste with the first round. Speakers after speakers rose up, bared their mind, many of them enumerating the difficulties workers were going through as a result of the embargo on promotion, and thanked him for opening up the issue again. They, however, added that His Excellency should still take another look at the list. Suddenly, the governor swung around in his seat and humming, All work and no play make Jack a dull boy." Asked the disc jockey to play more active music. As if on cue, loud music filled the room as the governor leaped to his feet and began to dance. The man was too agile and light-footed for a man of his age. He twirled around and twirled as the served girls appeared from the kitchen and joined him on the floor. Everyone came to dance too, and the atmosphere was now charged with conviviality, the sort that many of them had not experienced before. The governor and the girls danced tirelessly. The housekeeper brought in more drinks and ample plate of pepper soup as the party continued to rock. When the governor returned to his seat, he was sweating so much in spite of their air conditioning. 1,000 beads of sweat sat on his face. While he took his soup, the housekeeper refilled his glass. It was then he noticed Comrade Intete, who had been sitting at the corner without food or drink, and who had not said a word. "You are not eating or drinking anything. Are you okay?" "Thank you, Your Excellency. I am actually fine. I didn't know it was going to be like this, so I ate enough eba and soup before coming here. As for drink, I don't drink at all, sir." He nodded. but put him down in his head as a man to watch. The housekeeper had discreetly circulated the information that there were rooms upstairs for those who could not return to their homes after the meeting, adding that the girls were spending the night at the lodge as well. At a flick of the governor's finger, the music stopped and the women disappeared. Time for serious business. He made his last speech, making it clear that he was not going to shift his position on the matter, and that those who would not stand with him will thank God in the end for their wise decision. He pointed at Comrade Intata. My good friend, you have neither eaten, drank, nor danced. You have also not spoken. Regardless of that, I am interested in knowing what your thoughts are about this issue at hand. Comrade Intata had risen to his feet once he saw the governor pointing at him. His evening had been a painful one. He was full of disgust at what he was seeing. He had come into the meeting with the highest expectation, believing that at last a solution to the problem would be worked out. But to his disappointment, the meeting had turned into an orgy of sorts. He didn't trust the governor before the meeting. Now he hated himself. He could see through the man. They were dealing with a rogue who believed he could scam his way to the four pillars of this world. Well, Your Excellency, I did not want to speak at this meeting, seeing as the governor and my colleague have been enjoying themselves. But since you have asked me to speak, I am left with no choice but to obey as I have been commanded. His Excellency should please not control my ability to eat, drink, or dance as a sign of bad manners or disloyalty. My colleague can bear me witness that I have a weak stomach and a light head. Your Excellency, please pardon me, sir. Your Excellency, the issue we are dealing with today are germane to the creation of the government as an institution for the provision of security and the distribution of scarce resources, adjoining to the fundamental basic above in the assurance of equality, fairness, and the protection of the right of the people. A government led the people as a common humanity towards advancement in all fields of endeavor. For us, we are civil servants and therefore a subgroup under the government of the state. This subgroup had laid down procedures and parameters for entry, advancement, and departure. These are contained in a legislation known as a civil service rules. These rules draw their power from their general acceptability and are not subject to the whims and caprice of governors, because they remain superior to the brief reign of elected chief executive. No man, however powerful, should be allowed to change our law of humor, his private deportment. He stopped and looked around the room, spending a few seconds on each participant as he stared at them before coming to rest on the governor. Your Excellency, what you are trying to do today is wrong. It is unjust and might enter the book of history as the boldest attempt by anyone to drive a wedge between the peace-loving tribe and local government areas of our dear state. Do not do it. Do not insist on doing it, because this move is sure to take you down. If not today, tomorrow. The workers sent us here to meet with you in order to protect their interests and save our state. I am prepared to do no less. So help me God. Thank you. Your Excellency, for your patience and kind understanding. Thank you, my comrade. It was already too late to go home, so everybody was allocated a room in the lodge to rest until the following morning. The chief of staff has supervised the dropping of a thick brown envelope under the pillow in each room himself, while the housekeeper allocated the young ladies to the rooms. The 1 million he explained to one bewildered comrade was his transportation back home, while the girl had been settled and required no further financial consideration. Comrade Intata sent the girl allocated to him away with a story that he had tuberculosis. He returned the money to the chief of staff the next day with profound thanks but with inner disdain. He had not even opened the envelope, and the sharp pin were still the way they had been tagged. The COS wasted no time in relaying the incident to the governor, who called the chief security officer to take care of things. A few days later, Comrade Intata, though he noticed a car following him wherever he went, it frightened him to no end. He had been in the labor movement for over 20 years now, and could recall no time in the past that he had talked as tough to a governor. He wondered if he went overboard with his comments. Somebody had to bail the cat, he reminded himself. His anger that day was at his colleagues, not even the governor. He was let down by the way they had lost focus. He was embarrassed by the gluttonous scanner they ate, drank, and covered. They had all taken the girls and the money, but did not know that he had turned down both. His heart went out to the poor workers out there who paid check off every month in the belief that the man is experimenting. He is measuring the people's resolve to see how far they can resist. Once he wins this one, we would have been hard. There is no telling what is to follow. The judiciary is in its pocket. The legislator is at his beck and call. Labor is the last version of resistance. That is why he wants it. It is not just the promotion that matters to him. It is the sense of being able to do it, having the power to do what he likes. He is in love with himself, with the power of his genius. When he came in at first, we thought he was a mere clown, but as time went on, it became clear that he was far more dangerous than we thought. He is prepared to sink this state if we don't seek help. We cannot fail the people. Stand strong, comrade. If you find yourself alone, I am in some talks with some people. Let's just say friendly forces. They know all about you. Soon you will meet them, and then you shall realize that you are not alone in this struggle. When it was time for the leaders who attended the meeting with the governor to brief the general congregation, 3 of them reported sick. One who was present, who spoke briefly, reported that they had made little progress, leaving Comrade Ntata to handle most of the briefing. Not once did he mention the fees that was provided or the money, which was a major relief to his already stricken colleagues. The strike action was inevitable now. Not even Yakubu could fault him. He had been rather reticent throughout the meeting, saying just a few words of solidarity to the Congress. Comrade Intata thought that they was uneasy about the man, but couldn't put a finger on what it was exactly. The date for the commencement of the strike was unanimously agreed, and the congregation closed with chanting of solidarity songs and slogans. Comrade Intata smiled to himself as he drove home. This was his personal victory. His colleagues at the meeting were tongue-tied by the guilty of their betrayal. The filthy lockrich they collected to turn their mind ended up twisting their tongue once they realized that he had returned his. They were afraid that he was going to reveal the truth, but did not. He didn't want to lose the power he now had over them. They had overplayed their hand and had ironically put him in charge. That night, he decided not to return to his house. He had lost his wife in a dramatical circumstances. The baby had survived, but his wife bled to the death. That was their first child. After Antate had decided never to marry again or have another child, the girl had grown into a beautiful lady. With the assistance of his senior sister, she was now married with children. He lived alone, cooked for himself, and drank healthily. He was having a bad hunch. Even though he was not sure what it was all about, he just didn't feel like going home tonight. So he went to park his car at the office and board a bus going to a neighboring local government area. Once he got there, he went to a guest house and got himself into a second floor with a window that overlooked the entrance. He ordered a carton of beer, bathing soap, and a comb and settled down in his new home. He brought with him a copy of the Communist Manifesto, which he had read about 100 times but still adored. To him, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels were as much saviors of the world as were Jesus Christ and Prophet Muhammad. Class struggle for control of the means of production were at the center of the decaying capitalism, which concentrated the patrimony of the people in the hand of few people through the means of production or government in third world centuries. In Nigeria, government was the means of production because it collected all the rent and taxes from oil companies and shared the looting among the elite who represent the state. What this elite did with the money was only what they wished to do with it. If wanted to progress politically or economically, one went to worship at the shrine of the gods, leaving behind their pride and self-esteem, just to be allowed to sit at the dinner table. Ntata believed that such a society could never be equitable and that the only solution was the people's revolution. But a revolution could not be undertaken by a people who loved comfort as Nigerians did. He sat on the side of the bed looking down to the road. Then he went to take a bottle of beer from the fridge, popped the cork with his teeth and poured some down his throat. He had switched off his phone because he didn't want to be rich. Let the world out there excuse Ntate for a few days. He was convinced that if he died today, the sun would still rise and the next day and darkness would come when it was time. Nothing would change. Nothing ever changes. It was always his view that human beings overvalued themselves in relation to their true worth, to the entire corpse of existence. Man was worthless unless in regard to how much he contributed to the elevation of the universal human condition. That was what he called the true worship of God, not the stealing going on in churches and the reinforcement of class stratification that was taught by the Muslim clerk. He was sure that no man who took so much from the people by guile could said to be a man of God. Each time he found himself in church, he shuddered at the imaginary commodity the pastor sold to their flock in exchange for their money. They asked the poor souls to challenge God with a gift offering in exchange for miracles and wonders. The miracle never came, and mere happenstance and coincidence are claimed as a result of prophetic vision. At times, it was rendered in form of an auction sale at a bazaar. The pastor would start from 1 million naira, then 500,000, down to 1,000 naira, making sure they impoverished everyone in church before they were allowed to go home. They would experience supernatural increase in their finances if they had faith. Yet the foolish Christians never asked why they should give the pastor their own money if they were sure they could make their flocks rich. Couldn't they have simply made the same money for themselves? Look at what Chairman Mamo did for China and what Lenin did for Russia. Systems are changed and improved by thinking, planning, discipline, enlightenment, and mass action, not falling prey to so-called men of God, groveling around the oppressor or accepting crumbs for the master's table with cowardly gratitude, crumbs that didn't come so much because they never changed anyone's station in life. He was a systematic person and had often realized the reward structure in the polities of the state, and it was clear to him that whether one was loyal or not, the difference was only marginal. The commissioner only got enough to feed their family and pay school fees for their children, except those who were conduit for the governor and his family members who end up with extra handouts. The other appointees were merely salutary and their take-home salary didn't take The other appointees were merely salutaries and their take-home salaries didn't take them home at all. Comrade Ntata spent 4 days in his hotel room. He ate one good meal each day, usually at midday, and drank beer throughout the remaining hours. He slept very little in the night, but went to bed in the morning. Sleeping till mid-morning, he felt refreshed and ready to return to the city to confront his demons. He was at peace with his life, with the world. Were he to end it all now and return to his Creator, he would have no regret at all. All his life he had struggled to do what was right according to the dictate of his conscience. Even when his colleagues in the struggle had wavered, he had stayed the course, remaining rigid to the principle he had always believed in and upheld. The next morning, he left the hotel and took a bus back into the city, picking up his car and driving to his house. His compound was a tenement building, mostly occupied by workers. It was quiet when he drove into the compound because most people were already at work. He sat on the sofa in the sitting room and watched on his phone. For the first time in 4 days, text and WhatsApp messages rushed in with a rattle. While he just reclined on the seat and watched with keen interest, most of his adult life there were no mobile telephony, and now it appeared as if the little gadget were the very life force itself. At last, he began to read them one by one, starting with the SMS from moving into WhatsApp, which usually were insistent to the point of histrionics. He sent his response that he was in his house, could come and visit. Chief Douglas also wanted to know his whereabouts. His daughter said to reply to some that he could not ignore, and was still in it when the bearded man knocked the door and let in. He stared at Comrade Intata with wide eyes, asking where he had been. He and 6 others just got out of police detention the previous day after having been arrested for planning a riot which was likely to disturb public peace and order. The police had ordered them bailed at 50,000 naira per person, even though the said offense was bailable one. Their lawyer went to court and the judge ordered their release the previous day. He told Comrade that the reason he was so worried was because the police had continued to ask them about him, as if they had received special briefing concerning Ntate. The Comrade replied that he simply needed to rest, so he went to get it. They both agreed that the trial should go on as planned. As soon as Fidel Castro left, Comrade Intate locked his house and drove to the police headquarters. When he was allowed in to see the police commissioner, he walked in and announced that he was Comrade Intata and had been told that the police was looking for him. The commissioner remained at his seat, looking at the small man before him, who in his initial estimate did not amount to much. Was this the man the governor was railing about? A man of such minimal physical quantity? If he were to decide to hit him, on which part of his small body will he strike to make sure he did not kill him straight away? He beckoned on him to come forward without offering a seat. Comrade Intata advanced forward, taking in the newly installed photograph of the commissioner beside that of the governor. He had been in his office many times before. He had met most of the commissioner of police sent to the state in the last 30 years. They all appeared tough in the beginning until one began to prompt their intelligence. Then they got angry and threatened because they usually could not cope with people of superior reasoning. You are Comrade Intata of the labor movement, I supposed. I sent for you 3 days ago, but you are only reporting today. Why is that? Well, I am out of town and out of mobile network coverage. I suppose your hands were full with my colleagues whom you detained against the law. Are you going to detain me too to make the governor happy? Or perhaps having me killed by your guns could be a better option? At this, the commissioner rose to his full height and wagging his finger at him began to shout. You keep your mouth shut, comrade, whoever you call yourself. You can't walk into my office and speak to me like this. No wonder the governor directs you to arrest me, even kill me. So go ahead, do it. Please your master for the bags of money he sent to you. Justify your ill-gotten wealth by sending him a gift of my corpse, Intata interrupted. He slammed him so hard, his palms stung, but Intata stood there without flinching. He wore a devilish grin on his face and looked straight into the commissioner's eyes, as if daring him to slap him again. The man relented and returned to his seat, massaging his finger of his right hand, while Intate maintained a weary smile and continued to look at him. It was an uncomfortable long moment between them. The little man seemed to have been constructed with steel plate. Not many men remained standing when he lay his vintage slab on their face, but this small man was standing here. This was how you knew wizard, he thought, as he stroked his shoulder and pressed the bell button. 2 policemen came in and saluted, coming to attention. Take him to the AC State CID. Let him write a statement. They led him out of the office through the back alley to the Criminal Investigation Department. While he wrote his statement, the Assistant Commissioner received a summons and left to see the Commissioner. When he returned, he told him to hurry up and stop attempting to write a book. He finished his statement, handed it over, and was told to go away and come back the next day. The slap had left unmistakable marks on his face, and his left jaw felt sore as hell. Comrade Ntata went back to a heroic welcome in his office 3 hours later. Many of his colleagues confessed that they thought he had been kidnapped or something worse had happened to him. There were meetings to attend to set up the strike enforcement committee and the share critical responsibilities. He would see Chief Douglas in the evening, as he had requested in his text message. Everything was on top gear now. There was no going back. Chapter 14. The Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture arrived from Geneva on Sunday, and the Director of Administration in the ministry called to advise the Permanent Secretary to be at the airport to receive him. Most senior staff of the ministry were also going to be there, under the leadership of the Permanent Secretary. That had been the practice. No, the DA could not say if the Commissioner traveled for an official assignment or just to visit his family. They had never asked. However, this had been the practice. Brother Peter held the line for a long time before he spoke, assuring him that he was going to be at the airport even though he didn't believe that his presence was necessary. Although the contingent from the ministry arrived at the airport 15 minutes before the expected time of landing, the aircraft touched down 2 hours behind schedule. Several times during the waiting, he thought of going home, but each time he had convinced himself that having already come here, there was no need to go back. As the aircraft, a bright-colored turbojet, taxied onto the tarmac and let down the door hinge, the Commissioner came out first, followed by his personal assistants who went with him everywhere. He walked briskly down the steps, stopping to make conversation with the pilot who had followed the aeronautic engineer down to take a look at the wheel carriage for where they had heard unusual noise. When he realized the landing gear, they spoke heartily like old friends before the Commissioner walked into the arrival hall, now filled up with people. Brother Peter led his staff into the hall and went to greet the Commissioner, who turned sharply as if startled and offered him a full embrace. "Ha! You found time to come and receive me. P.S. Thank you. I hope you and your lovely family are doing great." The rest of them also came to shake hands with him and began to pick his luggage as his personal assistant pointed them out on the conveyor belt. There were several large briefcases, which appeared filled with what Brother Peter could not guess. Peter counted 11 of them in all. The Commissioner was telling him, "You know our country produces items of lowest quality. If we produce anything at all, one must use the opportunity of being out there to get the things one needs. Take a liquor, for instance. You couldn't hope to find vintage blend here, or bathing soap, shaving equipment, and so on. I even got my cigarette and toothpaste from the US. It is peanuts and toilet paper I ordered from Europe. It's a mess down here." Peter found himself agreeing with the Commissioner, totally in no mood for any argument. As they left the airport, he told Brother Peter to drive with him. The DA took over Peter's car key as the PS climbed into the Commissioner's high truck. They were soon in his house. The 3rd bedroom spread that spoke of opulence. This was my part, the rat hole I have to put up with. The architects in this city should all be jailed. You wouldn't believe what I had to put in to make the place tolerable. Please take a seat, P.S., while I run upstairs to take a leak." Peter sat down gently. Everything in this house intimidated him with the snare beauty and sophistication of the finishing. But of all this, it was the wall that left his mouth agape. He could not tell what kind of architectural technology produced those sleeky walls, which made them look like a hanging skyline. The commissioner's PA rolled in one of the briefcases they just brought from the airport and pushed it to the PS. Oga said I should give this to you, and he left. Peter gazed incredulously at the huge thing as the commissioner came through the gold-colored door. I picked a few things for you while out there. You know, I hope I guess your size right. Peter thanked him heartily, excusing himself to leave. They shook hands and the PA helped him with the briefcase to his car, which the DA had parked outside. At home, he opened the bag in the presence of his wife and children, looking pair of shoes, 6 shirts, tie, stockings, and handkerchiefs. There were 3 silver boxes of wristwatch and with matching cufflinks. Added to these were 2 female wristwatch, 3 cases of whiskey, and an ornament for feminine fripperies in both gold and silver model. There were items for children as well that also fitted them to the skin. Both the shoe and the suit were exactly his size. How could the man have guessed so correctly? Brother Peter loved the gift items. He had never worn anything so silky and expensive. This man he was posted to work with was an enigma. He had told him that they were going to have an important meeting at the office in the morning the next day, something close to the governor's heart. He had whispered to him. Well, Brother Peter could not guess what he was going to be about. Whatever it was, he convinced how that the HOS has put him into a pair of very benevolent hands. He would be a fool to let the opportunity slip through his finger. He stared at the finger of his right palm for a long time and suddenly grasped them shut as if to prevent the imaginary opportunity in his hand from escaping. After all these years of toil, he would be a fool to let himself and his long-suffering family down. The next morning, the PS came into the office, very well dressed in his new clothes. He looked dapper and very clean. As soon as he arrived, he was told the commissioner was already in office and was waiting for him. He stopped briefly at the office, said a little prayer before crossing over to meet his boss. After pleasantries and further expression of gratitude for the gift, the commissioner cut him short and waved him to a seat, then handed him a thick file. Go to your office and study this file alone. By afternoon, you should be through. I have made an arrangement for lunch for 2 of us. We shall be discussing the file over lunch. Peter carried the file to his office, told the secretary he was not to be disturbed, removed his jacket and sat down to study the content of the file from page to page. It was labeled Federal Government Grant. Brother Peter went through the file, noting the various grants the state had received and the specific purpose and target. After 2 hours of patient study, he came to a document that had come into the file about 3 months to the date. The federal government was granting the state 20 billion naira for targeted assistance to small businesses and farmers. There was a series of handwriting correspondence following the letter of grant and policy directive for application. The former permanent secretary had, however, minuted something strange that did not flow from the chronology of conversation between himself and the commissioner, to the effect that his religion and moral ethics would not allow him to do what they were asking him to do. He had even threatened to resign his appointment if they insist. That was the last page in his file. Brother Peter closed the file slowly and sat back in his seat. He stared at the file and slowly pushed it away from his hand as if he feared that a venom venomous snake might slither out of its leaves. It could now see the catch. This is what he had been brought in to do. But to do what exactly? Was there a sinister plan to divert the money to which the corporation of the permanent secretary was key? What was the predecessor recoiled so frightfully from, to the extent of offering to resign from his position? Well, his wish has already been fulfilled, since he was among those who were sent on retirement leave before he himself was made PS. The food was very good. Brother Peter was surprised that in spite of his many years in the city, he didn't know that the topmost floor housing the foremost bank in the city was an exclusive restaurant. The commissioner spoke him clearly, conveying the intention of the governor to him without guile. The state was in serious debt, most of which it inherited from previous administration. It was all the government could do to even pay the salaries of workers and appointees. The grant was godsend, and the governor wanted to spy it to various other pressing critical areas. But the consulting firm administering the grant was a very scrupulous British company. There was need for the Ministry of Work with the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Accountant General of the state to tidy up the matter. Brother Peter wanted to know the detail of the plan of action and was readily obliged. We are compiling a list of farmers and small-scale business who would be beneficiary of the grant. The money will be disbursed but won't get to them. Also, hundreds of companies had been registered with phantom director and temporary bank verification numbers. Some bank officials are also in on it. It's a big operation. P.S. Everyone involved would never know poverty again. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we have covered all the bases. The law says that the permanent secretary in the ministry is the accounting officer of that ministry. That is where you come in. P.S. It will be your job to cover the account and retire it. Both men had stopped eating. Brother Peter looked hard at his boss, who was now sitting with a soft hand placed on top of the dining table, intently studying the other man. Their eyes were locked together as if each one was waiting for the other to blink first. How much? For how much am I willing to go to prison? No. No one is going to prison. Everyone has been taken care of. We should be the first to do this. In fact, we are starting rather late. Many states have been doing this for years. However, let me give your nerves some break. You have 1 cold billion naira coming to you. With that kind of money, you are home and dry. Like a human bird, you will never have to worry about money ever again. And bearing a measure planetary movement, your family should be happy with their lives forever. The commissioner watched as the man's eye popped out of their sockets before they were screwed into a squint. He was inserting a finger between his neck and the collar of his shirt, trying to create some space for air to pass into his lungs. The commissioner feared that the man was going to have a heart attack. Are you okay, P.S.? Do you need something? I am fine, don't mind me, he replied. The governor at his home right now. I have to see him right after this meeting, and he will be anxious to know what your answer is. Brother Peter rose to his feet. So did the commissioner. He produced a sweaty hand as they shook vigorously. I am in, he said. Tell the governor the answer is yes. For the second time that week, the commissioner his arm offered him a full embrace, saying into his ears, you will never regret your decision or forget this day. Brother Brother Peter believed him fully. Whether he retire as a wealthy man or continue his career in jail, this day was always going to be always going to be a reference point in his life. That evening, he neither went to see Jasam nor sent for her. When he got home, he couldn't eat his meal. He was not hungry. He told his wife he didn't inquire. Later in the evening, he went to his study. He had broke the federal government grant file home from the restaurant. For many hours, he paused over its contents, looking for redeeming angles. He could find none, no matter how hard he tried. It was exactly what it is. What would the lawyer call it? He wondered. Misappropriation, misapplication, embezzlement, graft, stealing of public funds. He was not sure what. Being deficient in legal education, such as he was, what he was convinced about from his layman's view was that they are planning to steal money from the people, period. And he had just signed off the deal as a key conspirator. He was surprised how easily he had made the decision. There was never a doubt in his mind that he was going to do something negative and big. From the day he was elevated, the telltale sign had been there all day long, but they were positive too. He was standing at the gate of wealth for the first time in the history of his life, going back several generations. The image of Jason flashed through his mind, and for the first time that day he smiled all the way to the depth of his heart. The ultimate happiness of Jasim alone was enough justification for his participation in his haste. He felt a strong desire to see her, to be with her. He was in such a conflicted period in his life that he needed her love to help him find his reality. He picked up his phone and sent her a text message to call him. She did almost immediately. Brother Peter picked the call, reduced the volume so only he could hear. Yes, sir, I will be right here. I am sorry I didn't remember the meeting was scheduled for this evening. Yes, sir, right away, sir. His wife was already looking for his sandal, which he accepted gratefully, kissed her on her lips, and fled to his car. Jasim was at the gate when he arrived. She led him quietly into her room and closed the door. The children were already in bed. She helped him out of his clothes and began to massage his body. You must be going through a lot of stress, I know, because you look sick. Lie on your stomach, let me try to free your nerves. She massaged him slowly. Then she went to his wardrobe and brought out some oil which she applied to his torso. He groaned in pleasure as she massaged his toe one by one. Then his biceps. He did not know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was well after midnight. He had been sleeping for 2 hours. She handed him a cup of beverage, and while sitting on a lap, kissed him from his hair all the way to his neck. He wanted to tell her what was happening to him, but only stopped short of doing so. All he could say to her was, "We are closer to happiness and freedom than you know." She only nodded her head, gave him a warm hug, and led him to his car. On his way home, he was surprised at how free and relieved he was. The next morning, he went to see the HOS. After listening attentively to Brother Peter, he heaved a sign of relief, stood up, and embraced him. The governor had been very worried about this going through, so I assured him that you were the right man for the job. You are deeply intelligent, humble, and close-mouthed. The fowl said that it does not discuss the things it sees in the backyard in the open compound. In a way, government is like that. Invest properly, mostly through surrogates. Don't change your lifestyle dramatically. Children and women cannot hide a change instead to, so send them to distant school and places for holidays. Mine have been banished to Abuja. It's the only way. Take your family out of town and live there alone. Live here alone. That way, few people will find their way into your home. Fewer people will know much about you. Luckily for you, there is that lovely girl Jasim to take care of your need. He slapped him on the shoulder, winking mischievously. Brother Peter returned to his office, where a sharp-eyed boy from the commissioner was already waiting for him. His laptop was filled with names of people and companies, including their local government of origin, type of business, and bank detail. They worked all day and continued throughout that week. The next week, there were secret meetings with bank officials, mostly at night. The Commissioner for Agriculture and Finance led the discussion with the Accountant General and permanent secretaries providing technical support. It was drudgery. The first tranche of the money was expected in days, and those involved moved into electric mode. Brother Peter lay awake in the night, being unable to sleep for more than a few hours a day. His mind roamed the world, and he brought half of it with his share of the money, only to change his mind and begin to buy a new set of things afresh. He imagined his wife in Abuja while Jasim and her kids moved in with him. Jasim would make a love child for him as well, and he would finally go to her village and pay her bride price quietly. But his neighbors were the problem. Those gossip who put their promises into other people's affairs, even when they were not invited. At last, a trip was scheduled for Abuja to sign the pre-release document for the grant at the headquarters of the Central Bank of Nigeria. 5 government officials made the journey: the 2 commissioners, the 2 permanent secretaries, and the accountant general. To his surprise, all the space provided for signing had been prepared for the permanent secretary, Ministry of Agri. He alone signed the grant for the state. So what were all his colleagues doing here? He stayed at the Hotel Excelsior, which didn't accept Naira payment. This was where government officials and contractors frequented. At the restaurant, when the Commissioner for Agriculture paid for their meals in dollars, Brother Peter secretly converted the money into Naira, but discovered that he didn't like the food again. This was madness, he thought. A plate of rice and stew with chicken breast for 96,000 Naira? Just one plate? He swore never to eat there again. A very beautiful girl joined his commission at the bar. She then invited her friend to join them at the request of the commissioner, who complained that his friends were lonely. In less than an hour, her friends came, 9 of them, all very elegant and beautiful in their tight-fitting spaghetti dresses. What followed was a feast. The ladies ordered plate and plate of the most exotic and expensive dishes and liquor. One of them began to bring a glass of drink to his lip, but he moved his face. She hopped onto his lap, sliding her hand into his shirt while smothering his face with kisses. In the end, his resistance weakened, seeing as all his colleagues had been captured in an orgy of female flesh. The commissioner settled the bill of $90,000, and the party retired to their individual rooms, 2 ladies following each man. 2 weeks after they returned from Abuja, the first tranche of 10 million Naira arrived. While they were in Abuja, the commissioner had helped him to register 3 companies of his own, making sure his name appear as a director in any of them. He had advised him that he needed the account of these companies to move his fund. Not long after the money came, 200 million naira was paid into each of the company accounts. Once Brother Peter confirmed the payment from the friendly bank manager, he began to sweat profusely. His stomach churned as though he had swallowed an insect. Was he going to throw up? He sent for his driver and went home to rest. Dinner was served, but the appetite was gone. When night came, he could not sleep. Brother Peter stayed home throughout the next day. He was too weak to go to the office. He feared he was going to die so much that he went into a panic and summoned his wife back from the market. He told her everything from the beginning in detail, only reducing the overall money from 1 billion to 500 million, and first payment from 600 million to 300 million. When he finished his story, his wife began to cry. She sat on the bed and cried. Brother Peter asked her why she was crying. She insisted that she did not know why. Brother Peter was not aware of his hunger, and when his wife brought him food, he ate everything in the plate. In the morning, his wife presented him a list of things she wanted. Everything amounted to 2 million naira. After assuring him that what he was doing was not new in Nigeria, adding that if one didn't buy a ticket, they wouldn't win the lottery. Peter went to the bank first before getting to the office. The manager advised him never to come to the bank himself. He could simply call him on WhatsApp with instruction, and the cash would be wherever he wanted it. After work that day, he took Jasim to a very expensive hotel for dinner. She protested, reminding him that the place was too expensive, but he won the argument, and they had a very good meal and drinks from before he began to brief her about his new financial circumstances. He was not as detailed as when he spoke to his wife, and still less forthright about the exact sum of money. Still, the story brought out the same reaction as he noticed that she stood and began to shed tears while assuring him that no one made omelets without breaking shells. In the car, he unzipped his bag and gave her 1 million naira with the instruction that the money was for her shopping. She stared at the money for a took it into her house. For 2 days, Jasim did not go to work. She hopped from one market to the other, shopping for children and herself. On the second day, she called Brother Peter to report that the money was too much. She had only been able to spend 400,000 naira and was taking the rest of it to her bank account. He approved. Brother Peter asked the HOS, who had now fully assumed responsibility as his godfather, to introduce an estate agent to him. He also sought his account details to drop kola nut for him, but the older man declined, telling him that he himself had been well taken care of. In 1 week, the estate agent found a score of houses for him to look at. He picked out two that most interested him. One was one-story building which appeared to have just been built, sitting on a large expanse of land and fenced around. The other was a bungalow situated in the government reserve area. The house had 3 bedrooms, all situated with 3 rooms with a children parlor and a main lounge. There was ample land at the back for gardening and further expansion. While the first one was pegged at 200 million naira, the bungalow was 75 million. He spoke with the bank manager to liaise with the agent and make payment in his wife's maiden names for the first house and that of Jasin for the second. All the documents were delivered to him in his office for signature of the beneficiaries. His wife was beside herself with joy as she signed her signature with a flourish. But Jasim opened a full-scale mourning house in his office, where he had invited her to come and had broken the news. In the end, she signed her portion with trembling hands and he handed her the file. She looked so beautiful sitting there in front of him with her dainty features and oval face. Brother Peter realized that they had not made love since the money arrived. He had not made love to his wife either. That realization scared him deeply. What was happening to him and to them? Had he lost his sexual urge to money? This was not like him. He had not made love to either of his women for 2 weeks now. The real shock was that none of them had complained. He had given his wife 3 million naira instead of the 2 she requested, and she had begun touring the supermarket and fashion shop. Was money eroding the love they had for him? He had been in a triangle of love for over 3 years and life had been accelerating for him. Was that turning so quickly to a triangle of money? He fetched his jacket and left the office with Jasim. It was not time to close, but the commissioner had followed the governor overseas that day after the grant came. When he got the little wood, none of his friends had come, so he picked up his phone and began to call them. One by one, soon the place was full and everyone was calling him PS and admiring his raising taste in dressing. Dr. Bison was the last to arrive. His car had been acting up recently, he explained. Peter took note of that and filed it away in his memory. He called for more food and drinks. There was a lot to eat and drink that evening. The ladies giggled each time Peter made a joke, whether it was funny or not. At last, he took Jasim home and went in with her after parking his car. His body stirred as she was washing herself for him, but when she came to him, he could not rise to the occasion. Jasim was more let down than surprised. This had never happened before. When he got home, his wife was in bed as usual. He joined her and began to play with her, but he never got close to a full erection until he realized that she had returned to sleep again. He was very frightened to the prospect of losing his manhood. He had those lady frog-legged with in Abuja. No, he could not prove. Maybe he was going to have malaria or was his blood pressure high? Finally, 3 cars from a dealer who had been his schoolmate. The dealer called to tell him the cars had arrived, inviting him to come and take a look at them. They were beautiful cars, all fairly used in America but still very healthy and strong. The bank manager had arranged the payment, which came up to 31 million naira. He called Jasim to join him, and when she arrived, pointed her car to her. She shook the key and the document, thanked him and drove away. Then he called his driver, who came and drove his wife's car to his house. Finally, he called Dr. Bison to join him with the instruction that he should come by taxi. Dr. Bison was overwhelmed with joy when he handed him the key and document to his car, but Peter warned him in a very low tone not to celebrate openly, here or anywhere. That's done. Peter drove to the hospital and related his recent sexual failure to his doctor. The man laughed heartily as he took his blood pressure and told him he had nothing to worry about. He was just stressed up and needed rest. He wrote out a list of drugs for him to buy. Dr. Bison was calling frantically, so he picked up and agreed to meet with him in his house. Dr. Bison's family came out to hug him, his wife claiming that the new car was for her. As they drank in the sitting room, Brother Peter urged his wife not to allow anyone else outside his family know the source of the car. Dr. Bison consented, knowing that his friend of many years had joined the fast lane at last. When he got home, he washed, ate, and took the drug he just got and went to bed. 3 days into his medication, he realized he was fully recovered and could fully resume his function at 2 duty posts. He gave the agent instruction to advertise the house for rent and gave Jackson sufficient money to furnish her house, knowing that he would be spending a lot of time with her in the future. An architect brought him estimates for the improvement of his own house, which was beginning to look a little shabby for his new status. The reconstruction was going to be mostly inside the house, having the external structure to remain the way it was. When the work was completed, he was going to instruct his wife and children to receive their visitor outside the house. The bank manager informed him that his balance was down to 200 million, asking permission to put some funds into fixed deposit. Brother Peter declined, but rather moved 150 million into blockchain decentralized protocol investment. This was an area he had made extensive research on and knew could never fail, since the human factor was negligible. The verification note, return on investment, and payouts were all carried out by artificial intelligence into cryptocurrency wallets. It was also helped to move his money from the inevitable exposure of the banking system, which was routinely monitored by security agents and the bank central. Cryptocurrency excited him because it was hands-off and guaranteed anonymity. So far, he had operated the account without checkbook, ATM card, or deposit books. The banker assured him their system was impeccable, but he wanted to use his brain too. When the second tranche of money came, he was going to get a house in Abuja and also get into the stock market. He would buy shares in 2 economic subsectors that always interested him: food and alcohol. It was always his conviction that no matter how bad the economy was, people must get a meal a day from wherever, and the more the economy went down, as it was doing right now, the more people become frustrated and desperate. Frustrated and desperate people knew only one solution: alcohol. He had for years watched the end of year results posted by flour, sugar, and cooking oil. With amazement, as they announced huge profit at the AGMs, the same applies to the breweries and distilleries. Nigeria drank beer more than any other type of alcohol, and the owner of the brewery were making humongous profit. It would also be a personal victory for him to make some money out of beer, having spent so much money drinking the stuff all through his adult life. The house in Abuja would be modest. After all, he had no plans of settling there permanently. Its purpose was to get his family out of the way so that he could live below the radar without the fear of being found out. He acknowledged to himself that the main reason was giving Jassim and himself the freedom to finally express their love for each other without let or hindrance. He had built up plans for 2 of them and was going to take them with him to Port Harcourt next week, where he had been asked to present the governor to an agricultural value chain seminar. The governor and the commissioner were still out of the country. The last time the commissioner called was from Helsinki in Finland. They seemed to be touring the world. If only they were going to bring in investment, but usually they brought back MOUs that never seems to be turned to tangible gains. The people of his state were a patient lot, but there was always the threat of a threat of a tipping point. Tipping point. Chapter 15. From where he was promoted to the directorate cadre in the service many years ago, Chief Amos Ejukwe knew he was the humorous of his career. He was the home run of his career. If he was lucky, he could rise up to the position of permanent secretary. That was appointive under the discretion of the governor. Although he was self-effacing and humble, he knew he was one of the most capable directors with intellectual depth and could go all the way to the top of his career provided the playing field was level. When he eventually became permanent secretary, he performed his duty with most excellent display of integrity and diligence to the admiration of those who came into his presence. He was sure that it was the reputation he built up in the service that had recommended him for appointment as secretary to the state government. He had come into the office with zest and pomp, but had found out eagerly enough that he was a fish out of water here. He found the philosophy and method of administration disagreeable to his moral values and ethic practice. He still received his pension as a retired permanent secretary, while his palm plantation, which he began cultivating while in the service, was now performing at an optimum yet. His children were all out of school, and he lived in his own house both in the city and in the village. He could see no reason to continue to torment himself in his job any further. So he began to make arrangements to leave and retire his community to tend his farm. He did not plan to tell his wife, knowing that she was going to try to talk him out, if it's by providing 1,000 reasons why he should stay on. He knew she enjoyed being called the fourth lady of the state, a ridiculous title the master of the ceremony contrived to label her at a public function. Even though it always irritated him, he had noted how his wife blossomed in its wake and how she waved at the crowd with both hands as if she was on the campaign trail for a particular exalted position. There was a list of reasons why he didn't want the job again. One was that the governor treated him like a slight man and spoke to him as if he was a mere clerk. The other was that the governor didn't seem to know the job definition of his office. Many times he had seen press release announcing appointment, suspension, and even removed from office into the media signed by the press secretary to the governor, not the SSG. Very important letter going out to the federal government, to its agency, international development parties, and contracting firms were written and signed by the one commission or the other. The one that triggered his arguments really was the level of draft that permeated the entire administration. He was a member of the team and therefore he was member of the committee and therefore part and parcel of the rot. The longer he stayed, the more difficult it would become to extricate himself from the vicarious liability and collateral damage that must necessarily ensure either in the life of the administration or in the aftermath of it. The mindless pledging was going to come to a head sooner or later. When the fire began to burn, it would be too late to cut and run. Twice already, Office of the Economic and Financial Crime Commission have picked some senior officers for questioning and had let them go after a few days. The governor had been off limit as he was covered by the blanket immunity from persecution which the Constitution guaranteed him. There had been stories of grazing of palm each time the anti-graft officials were in town. Some people claimed that they only came to get their share of the grafting in exchange of leaving things to lie as they were. One day he received a call from the accountant general asking him to send his boy to his office. The boy had come back with 8 million naira with no explanation. He had installed both the boy and the money in his car and drive to the AGS office to find out what the money was meant for. He was told that the governor recently approved money for members of the State Executive Council to beef up their personal security, and this was his share. Chief Ejikwe knew he had attended all Executive Council meetings since the beginning of the administration and had been secretary at those meetings. He could not remember the matter being discussed at any meeting, nor did he apply for the money as was ordinarily the protocol. He pushed the money to the AG, expressing regret that he could not take it because his personal security was already in priority to the Almighty God and his angel. The PA to the SSG was so disgusted, and he told his boss he wanted to deliver a letter to the office opposite the treasury just to avoid entering the same car with a man who preferred poverty to riches. That week, the governor's office was abuzed with the story. It seems that the PA and the driver to the SSG were in silent competition to escalate the story. Now, some people were claiming that the amount the foolish man returned was 100 million naira, even though they were ranging disagreement about the exact figure. What was not in doubt was that the man's village people were after him and had already succeeded in turning his head. Even his driver for many years confessed that he had seen that what the man was doing was not ordinary. This had become the subject of discussion at the driver's lounge. They give you free food, you say you no go chop, and hunger dey wire you. Na him people dey suffer am. Okay, if you want chop, why you no give am to your driver and PA? Another driver countered that if it might be spiritual forces from home after all. See, you know say the man dey go church well, and he no wan spoil him name for all this money matter. Then why he no go father for church? Good name. Who good name help for Nigeria? The crowd that they do who no get fingernails to scratch am well. The man just dey kolo, dey go small. There was a general disapproval of his conduct in the governor's office complex, and whenever he was walking down to the car bay after the close of work, junior staff point at him out of the others as a man who was afraid of money. One day while in his office, he opened his laptop and began to compose his resignation letter, employing the most courteous and diplomatic language he could mutter in spite of his true feeling about the situation. He thanked His Excellence, the governor, most sincere for giving him the opportunity to serve his state at the lofty height of office of secretary to the state government. He added that in the course of working with the governor, he had learned a lot from him and praised the governor's unrelenting passion for the betterment of the masses of our people. He, however, regretted that he had to request the governor's kind permission to leave at this time to go and take off his health, which had deteriorated in the last couple of years. When he read the draft for the third time, he deleted everything completely, ashamed of his solicitous tone, which he feared only celebrate the crass failure of the man and made himself look naive. He was going to write a fresh letter that would still be polite without sounding beggarly and without sounding beggarly and patronizing to the point of self-deprecation. After all, his participation in his SIPA was forever going to constitute the downside of his sterling career. Already, many of his friends and former colleagues, upon meeting him, have been making snide comments laced with subterranean innuendos about his role in the administration. When he finished the second draft, he read it aloud to himself and was happy that he had stripped it of the base, found, and embellishments that were in the first draft. This was a more decent letter that left both the governor and himself with some respectability after reading through. He was going to send it in the next day and finally record that he was left of his reputation. The next day, however, the leadership of the State House of Assembly was meeting with the governor. He and the deputy governor had been invited. Their letters requesting the meeting mentioned urgent and critical matters of state, which cannot be delayed. The governor directs him to send a reply to him and fix the meeting for 10 the next morning. About 8 of them were attending the meeting, all of them ranking members of the House. The meeting held at the governor's meeting room upstairs. Everyone except the governor was seated while the tea boy served tea and coffee with cracker biscuits. The members of the House huddled together conspiratorially, apparently fine-tuning their best line of attack. When the governor finally walked in, everyone rose to acknowledge his presence as he stepped to his seat. "The Right Honorable Speaker, my brother, how have you been? What's the need of asking when you are looking so well, taken care of? Res ipsa luctus." He sat down, waving his 2 hands to indicate that all might be seated as well. The SSG made his opening remark, reiterating the importance of the legislative arm of government as the real essence of doctrine of separation of powers. We have to applaud the wisdom of Baron de Montesquieu and John Locke, who convinced the idea that the 3 main arm of governmental power should reside in 3 different agencies, which are coordinate in their powers and mutually independent. When His Excellency the Governor and the High Chief received your letter yesterday, he had to put away all those pressing issues to make sure that he received your team. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Members, before doing anything else today, there was a round of applause as the Speaker rose to present the reason the House requested for the meeting. He traced the history of the state since its creation and the quality of relationship between past governors, each of whom he mentioned by name, and the corresponding Speaker of the House during their tenures. His logic was that government tended to achieve more than they worked closely with the House and less when they didn't. Your Excellency, this is the reason why all members of the House reported the motion that we, the leaders, should seek audience with you before the yam is completely lost in the fire. Your Excellency would recall the meeting he held with us at the retreat last year and the promises he made to us on that day. We didn't think that we should have to lobby him again to concede him to fulfill his promises. He made willingly by his own very self. This House has shown absolute good faith in the support that we have given to the government, especially as it concerns our constitutional role to oversight the activities of the executive arm. We have looked the other way. Let truth be told. While members of the executive have been amassing wealth for themselves at the expense, Your Excellency, things have gone so bad that even the legislative vote the across to us as an arm of government has not been paid for 2 months now. This situation is really appealing and regrettable. We urge you to carry us along so that the House does not become another Labour union carrying placard in public to drive home its point. While the Speaker was speaking, the chief whip, a tempestuous, muscular man with broad nursery, had been trying to draw his attention to some point he might have skipped or wrongfully presented. Without success, he had been in the army but left without official leave to contest election in his state constituency, which he won through the threat of violence. He now rose up to speak without waiting for the Speaker to give him his endorsement. Your Excellency, the governor of our dear state, you are not doing well at all. This is what we agree and the Speaker should tell you. All this English he is speaking now is not what they sent us here to come and speak. Let me give you a few examples. The new development area opened up by government with the most modern infrastructures. Who is building there? Is it not your commissioner? When government decide with the honest cooperation of the House of Assembly to sell all the property owned by the state through the mortgage institution, who ended up owing the houses? It was the governor's brother, sister, cousins, and commissioners. Yet none of these people ran election. None of them ran in the bush with ballot boxes or substituted original result sheets for the forged ones. Everyone is talking about it. Today it is only your town people who build houses, buy houses and land, even at the beer parlor. They are the only ones able to pay the bills. You have been sharing the state cake according to your discretion, forgetting that kola nut belonging to the community is shared lobe by lobe to all. All the contracts at the Ministry of Health and Education have been shared to these same choosing children of yours. Let no one deceive you. Your Excellency, we are here today to demand for our share. Give us what belongs to us. The children of a yam farmer do not go to bed on empty stomach. If we fail to go back with just a portion of the community cow, we shall impeach the Speaker and aftermath take our destiny to our own hands, and in the end everyone will lose, including you. I have finished. The Speaker's head remains bowed throughout the whip speech. The governor appeared angry at first but seemed to have thought better of it and attempted to smile, which failed to raise up to his eyes. He had been trimming his fingernails with his teeth as the whip was speaking and now appeared unsure of how to respond. He has to say something, the SSG thought. He was a very proud man who looked down on everyone who came his way. His pride had suffered a big dent this morning, and he was finding it difficult to bounce back to form. What was worse was that everything the young man said was true. At last he declared his throat and began to speak. There were small lines of wetness beneath his eyes, giving the impression that he was about to begin to sob. Then he gathered his wits about him and began to speak. He spoke slowly, his voice progressively diminishing in volume. Government had taken note of the point that had been raised and was going to set up
a committee to harmonize the interest of the House. He pointed at the SSG, who began to write out the points. The Accountant General was going to release the legislative vote that very day. Only companies sponsored by members of the House should participate in the forthcoming bidding round for the construction and rehabilitation of rural roads. The new cadastral area being developed should be allocated to members of the House before anyone else. He stood up and left the room without shaking hands with anybody. The lot now fell on the deputy governor to bring the meeting to a close, which he did with panacea, even though it appeared to serve Ejikwe as if the whip and deputy governor were exchanging wicked wings. When they left, the deputy governor took the SSG to go and see the governor, but he waved them away, saying that he wanted to be left alone. The gentleman bowed to him in reverence and bowed out of the office as well. Why is he being hysterical and so despondent? The deputy governor asked the SSG. Didn't he know that people were watching him? Sir Ejikwe returned to his office and drafted the point raised at the meeting into action points, attaching responsibility to each point. Legislative vote, Accountant General, road contract, Commissioner for Works, plot of land, Commissioner for Lands. He would have drafted letters to the official concerned, but he needed the governor's final directive before proceeding. His experience with the man had taught him that it was not everything he said or promised in public he meant to. When he came into the office initially, he had considered the governor's word as law and had almost made a fool of himself when, in the effort to implement his pronouncement, he had been done so by the governor in the State Executive Council, accusing him of proceeding on a frolic of his own. Since then, he always waited for the confirmation of the governor's pronouncement before acting upon them. He was going to wait until the governor came out of his dark mood before approaching him. But he did not have to wait for long, as the booth of the intercom on his table summoned him to the governor's office immediately. He entered the office with his notebook and was waved to a seat. The governor was holding a paper knife in his hand and was digging into the blotter pad on his table rhythmically, mumbling to himself and shaking his head as if in final discovery of a long, short answer to a difficult riddle. His office was a very beautiful one, which has been aesthetically decorated by one of his predecessors. Famous art pieces and icons decorated the walls. There were sketches of people who had impacted humanity in different ways. Fela Anikulapo Kuti, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, Winston Churchill, Abraham Lincoln, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, Tafawa Balewa, Kwame Nkrumah, Leopold Sedar Senghor, Nelson Mandela, and so on. The furniture was of enormous proportions and finest finishing. What did you think of the meeting, SSG? Well, Your Excellency, I thought the outburst was totally inappropriate and preposterous, especially as the shopping list contained only personal and selfish items that may not benefit the people of their constituencies in any way. He was happy that at last he had brought out a smile from the governor. That is what politics is all about. It is called repolitik. It is about personal interest. It is about the I. What do I get out of government? What is in it for me? Not the ideological theories you read about in textbooks. People are willing to kill or be killed during contest because they want power. Power confers advantage over others and creates unfettered access to the wealth of the people. You cannot share this wealth with all the people. It won't go around. It has never gone around throughout human development, not even in communist Russia, China, or Cuba. He looked around the office and returned his attention to the blotter from continuing. My worry, really, is not that they're asking for this thing. That is perfectly in order. My worry is in the manner of asking. That insolent boy showed me no respect. He insulted the governor, thereby rendering the request impotent and of no effect. And the speaker sat there bleating like sheep, doing nothing and saying nothing to restrain the animal. He talked to a sitting governor like that. Do nothing about their request, SSG. Just don't do anything. Sir Ejikwe had his letter of resignation there with him in his folder, but this was certainly not the time to present it. The man was in a terrible state of nerves. He would keep it and wait for a more opportune moment. Early the next morning, however, the governor called him to inform the various officials to implement his concessions at the meeting. The speaker and some of the members had brought the young knave to the lodge the previous night, and he had knelt down to apologize to the governor for his uncouth language. In fact, the rest of the entourage had also knelt down to reinforce the apologies from their colleague, including the Right Honorable Speaker himself, which is why he was restoring his pledge to them. Speak to them individually and alone. Commit nothing to paper, he instructed. Everything seems to have gone well as instructed until 1 week after, when the Commissioner for Land came to see him. He said that the governor's senior brother got wind of the parceling of the land for honorable members and summoned him to his house. He said that the man thoroughly abused and threatened him to stay away from the land if he still wanted to remain in the administration. But why did he do that? The SSG asked, looking nonplussed. The man told me that his family was interested in the land and had already told the governor. 3 of the governor's brothers, including himself, and 4 of his sisters, all wanted 5 plots each. The whole area is 51 double plots. If members of the house take 29 plots, since they were 29 in number, the remaining plots will only be 22 and cannot be enough for his family. Sir Ejike studied the young man intensely. He looked so miserable and scared. He was like a man trapped and was relying on him to pull him out of the dilapidated house before the roof caved in on him. Because of the delay caused by the governor's senior brother, the house had invited the commissioner to come and explain his land allocation policy to it in plenary. The SSD assured him that he will pass the information to the governor. At this point, the commissioner began to tremble. He clasped and unclasped his hand, his lips battling together, as if he was going to let out a cat's call. That is the problem, Honorable SSG. The governor's brother warned me not to bring this to the governor's notice. Sir Ejike knew then that the die was cast. He assured the boy that he was going to undo the issue and urged him to calm down and leave the matter in his hands. It was difficult to understand why the governor's assemblies would so thoroughly bully their brothers, appointing into such a state of apoplexy. He was going to discuss it with the governor. He could not be intimidated by these people, certainly not even by the governor himself. The governor presented a different proposition when Sir Ejike called him on the issue. He did not know that the members of the house were interested in the same plot his family wanted. Why couldn't the commissioner look for another land for the members of the house? After all, land had not finished in the state capital. If Sir Ejike had any hesitation about walking away from this administration, the governor's complete reversal of his own earlier directive on the land, for the simple reason that his
They say that every great movement starts with a single journey, and yesterday, 5 passionate marathoners made their way from the various corners of Nigeria to come and represent something big. In just a few short days, these readers will come together in an attempt to break the Guinness World Record for the longest reading aloud by a group. They will be reading for a staggering 18 days. This morning, we've gathered to find out their first impressions of the journey and to see how they're feeling about the marathon ahead.
Sure, they will not miss him. He knew they did not approve of his hostile disposition. Even his driver and personal assistant would be relieved to know he had gone. Since the day he returned the 8 million naira to the AG, he was sure they did not give a damn about him any longer. He reopened the safe and brought out the money left from the most recent imprest, which was 3 months ago. He counted the money carefully and realized that it was 187,600 naira. He arranged the money in an envelope, sealed, and dropped it back into the safe. Then he sat down and began to write his handly over notes for the benefit of whoever the lot would fall upon to succeed him. He put the notes in a file, labeled it appropriately, and dropped it in the safe as well. He picked up his things and stacked them up his forearm, then locked the door and trundled down the stairway to his car downstairs. Getting into the car, he assured himself that he was driving out of the building for good. He would invite his PA to his house on Monday morning and send him with the letter of resignation to deliver to the governor's confidential secretary. When he woke up in the morning, he called his PA to come over to his house immediately. The boy came and took the letter as instructed. As he made to leave, Chief Ejike asked him to tarry for a while. He then went in and came out with a wad of naira notes, which he handed over to him. The boy gave the 50,000 naira bundle, waiting for further instruction, but the man told him to buy something for himself and sent him on his way. His wife was still asleep, so when the driver arrived, he gave him another bundle of cash and told him to go. He was not coming to work today because he was sick. The driver thanked him profusely and disappeared. Sir Ejike felt he had significantly repaired his relationship with the two and even improved his own standing in their estimation. When he returned to the room, his wife was surprised that he was not preparing to go to work and looked searchingly at him. "I think I have a fever. Couldn't sleep all through the night. I want to stay home today and rest." She agreed with him and asked if she should send for drugs for him or if he wanted something to eat first. He laid on the bed, pulling the cover up to his neck and turning to the wall, asked her to let him rest for a while. She nodded in agreement and left the room. But Sir Ejike could neither sleep nor rest. His mind wandered from one office to the other in the governor's office complex and came to rest in his own wing. He had gotten used to the place these past years and found himself missing the boisterousness of the entire edifice. What he did not approve of was the governor's inability to control his own greed and that of his family and associates. He found that dangerous and immoral and could not capitulate it in any way in this regard. He was going to try to enjoy his retirement. All his life he had been working. From now on, nothing was going to make him return to answering anybody yes sir again. At last, his body needed to sleep. He had not been sleeping for more than an hour when he suddenly woke up. Someone was crying downstairs, or maybe it was the television. His wife always wanted the volume loud, whatever she was watching. He became aware of the crying moving towards him. He had not been mistaken. His wife was crying. He rose to sit on the bed as his wife came into the room crying. She was really bawling now. "What did we do to you, Amos? Tell us what we have done to you. Why do you hate me and my children so much?" He was dumbfounded as he searched his mind to find what he had done to his family. "You told me you were sick, not knowing that you have resigned your appointment. Amos, you have the mind to resign such a big appointment. What people are looking for, eh?" He was surprised how she got to know so quickly. Then he remembered that the confidential secretary to the governor was her friend. Could she have divulged such important official information meant for the governor to a complete non-state actor such as his own wife? What was happening to the service? The penalty for this kind of thing was immediate dismissal in his days. He climbed down from the bed and went to hold his wife to himself. But she shook from side to side, evading his grasp. "Just leave him alone, oh. Leave me, oh." He got hold of her without resistance anyway and brought her to sit with him on the bed. He told her everything that was happening in that office, concluding that if he did not leave now, he would definitely end up in prison. And at this conclusion, she recoiled from him, her mouth open, and began to throw expletives on the governor. You are not going to any prison, my dear husband. Instead of that, let us die in poverty. Then she departed to make food for him, and he had her telling someone on phone to please submit it since the man is already tired. So they had even planned with her friend to write the letter. Sir Ejuku left victorious at having brought his wife to agree with him on the urgent need to exist. It had been a source of worry for him. Now that they were fully aligned, the children will also come along with it. His wife was not an expensive woman, and money was not as fundamental to her happiness as was praises. She loved the clear lights. He knew that she would greatly miss being addressed as the number 4th lady of the state.
They say that every great movement starts with a single journey, and yesterday, 5 passionate marathoners made their way from the various corners of Nigeria to come and represent something big. In just a few short days, these readers will come together in an attempt to break the Guinness World Record for the longest reading aloud by a group. They will be reading for a staggering 18 days. This morning, we've gathered to find out their first impressions of the journey and to see how they're feeling about the marathon ahead. Hello, marathoners. Good morning.
Good morning.
How did we all sleep in the city of Lagos for the first time?
Yeah, it was great. It was
I know
amazing.
some of us have never been before.
Actually, you're right.
So can we just go through all 3 of you and introduce ourselves so people get to know us better?
All right. My name is Steven Lamy. I'm from Osun State. I'm
Welcome.
a student of Federal University of Technology, Minna.
Great to meet you.
My name is Himan Kishra. I'm from Gombe State.
Lovely to meet you.
Okay, my name is Ogunremi Temitope, and I'm from Kogi State.
Oh, nice to meet you with the deep voice. So, how are we all feeling about the marathon ahead so far?
Okay, I feel enthusiastic about this. I really want to do this, and I think body, spirit, and soul. I'm
That's
ready.
great. That's good to hear. So we just want to go through and kind of reflect on your backgrounds, see what the passion is for each of you, see where you got your interest in reading. So just give us a basic rundown, each of you, and let's see where we go from there.
I can trace back this passion for reading right way back when I was a child. And I guess my dad inspired this because growing up, he always buy us books
I love
as
that.
a gift. So out of curiosity, I used to pick those books to read to see what is in the content. And as time goes on, I build consistency through discipline.
Well, actually, I can trace back the passion back to my childhood days. Also, I can remember back in my primary school, there's always a book for each term, like a story book. Then from then, and through my curiosity to know more about the world, how people think, and what is new about the world, I started to develop this passion. It has
Great
really
to
been
hear
helpful.
this passion.
Yeah.
I can say I've been engaging with books, reading ignorantly from a child, but since I came to get cognizance of it, I would say it's from 2014. And I've really been into books because I don't want to be someone that is set aside when there's a discussion, there is a topic, and then I don't have something to contribute. I think that's what drove me into books, because I believe that there are many information embedded in books, because I'm someone who likes to argue a lot, and I want to prove a positive and a real point, not just talking from what I don't know. And I think that's what drove me to books.
And what would you say is the general books and learning for you, especially in a country like Nigeria? What do you think reading has to contribute to us? Why is this an important event for us to be holding right at this moment?
I think no matter how much you say it, it's not a cliche to say that readers are leaders. And for me personally, I believe that if an average Nigerian is to dive into the reading culture and to embrace it wholeheartedly, not just at the level of academics, I want to pass my exams. I think it will better shape us, it will broaden our horizon, and then it will give us open space to explore rather than I think the conserve idea of let me just read and pass exams. And I think it's to make us better humans, because I believe that there are many things in books that shapes our humanity. Because if we read, for instance, fiction, we see we traject our lives through characters, then we see their experiences, we assume ourselves in their position. And when we are faced with the reality of life, it helps us better position ourselves from the experiences we've gathered through reading.
Very interesting. Does anyone else want to answer?
Reading has shifted my school of thoughts. Like it has helped me in my interpersonal relationship with
I love that. Okay.
And then reading is what brought me to Lagos for the first time.
Yes, very, very important. So why would you say you chose this particular challenge? Why reading aloud and why a marathon? What does it mean to you to stay in that space, that headspace? Because I know you must need a lot of concentration and willpower to stay for that long. So what does it mean for you to have chosen this particular challenge to take on? Why is it important?
Actually, I can't stay in my comfort zone forever.
Yeah, true.
I feel at peace when I'm reading, like without reading aloud.
So it's not even a challenge for you. You're really enjoying it.
No, like I feel at peace without reading aloud. That means
Okay.
when I'm not reading aloud.
Yeah.
But nowadays a challenge. And I know actually it might not be easy, but stepping out of the comfort zone.
Yeah.
This way, I know it is going to be a lot. It's going to take a lot of things, but I'm ready to do this, and I believe, apart from the exposure, it will also help me to my reading skills.
I love that. Okay. Katura, what would you say?
Okay, I see this as a privilege for me, because it's a way for me to advocate Nigerian literacy and to really tell the world that Nigeria really reads.
I love that. It's on the t-shirt. Nigeria does read.
Okay, reading aloud and thinking there's marathon. I think for me, first it's an adventure, and then secondly, it opens me to something new, because I've really been engaging with books, like I said. But you see, having to now read aloud for hours, for days, for weeks, it's totally something different. And for me, I just want to explore it. I want to see myself doing it, even if I've not done